and presents unique
Um,
information to people, or are you like normally just a voice chat sort of guy?
I don't like your phrasing on that because you're glowing more by the second. Because nobody says that. Nobody says types unique information. That's a very sinister keyword.
Yeah,
Oh, he's
well, I've got
sinister, all right.
Everything I post is unique and autistic. How about that? And everything I say is deranged and a funny fourth thing.
Well, I do have a poster like right behind my desk of keywords that I've been
Can you post
instructed to
it?
use.
Can you post your
Prove
posters?
it. Prove it. Prove it. Prove it.
I would, but I'm sorry, we're not allowed to bring our mobile phones into the office. Like that has to be
I'm-
kept. That has to be kept at the gates of security.
What was he saying that to? He was saying fucking.
That was the corpse, also known as Larry King.
Yeah, no, I know, but what was he saying? He said he'd been to a convention. And
I've been to
like,
many DNC, the Democratic National Convention. Prove it.
Yeah, prove it.
Prove it. Prove it. Prove it.
Oh fuck. You want to know how I know you're a fucking spook is because we get on this derail chain and like you've consistently tried to like draw it back.
Oh
and
no,
so
that's just because
yeah.
That's just because
No, yeah, exactly, because
train,
you have an unnatural curiosity into it.
The derail train starts boring me.
Well, I'm sure it does. I'm sure it's very boring to not be doing your job and getting the information. Is it like fucking Target where you have to get a certain amount per month or you get demoted?
I get paid by the hour. It's not. This is not a race for me to finish my job.
How much?
It's classified.
Yeah. Pretty epic, dude. At everyone. No. God, I fucking hate Goat.
I shut down RuneScape because I thought, like, hey, this sounds like a real conversation. And in the span of about 15 minutes, I went from thinking he's fucking with Christians, ironically calling him a government agent, to thinking this is a really dangerous scenario.
That's why you have to have OPSEC at all times. Don't be a fucking retard.
Well, that's why I've been so fucking quiet.
Actually, you know what one of the biggest indicators of meme irony boys are? Is the more that they spout glow in the dark and false flag and stuff like that, I think the less like salient information and will to action they're actually able to provide.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? Well, that you would provide? What?
What I'm trying to say is
that is bait. That is bait.
The more that people spout skepticism, the less likely they are to be a willful actor in something meaningful.
By not telling me what I want to know, that means that you don't know the thing. The only way to prove it is to play my game.
I mean,
listen, man,
honestly,
I'll fucking tell you whatever you want if you get me like a fucking nice wife.
Oh well, then just go to church then.
How about you tell him that story?
Which story? What? No, I don't want to talk about that. Why would you bring that up? Why would you bring that up? I'm okay with the FBI arresting me and fucking being like, fucking you run a cult and you do all this dangerous stupid shit.
You know what?
I don't like telling them about that is probably like it's.
That's why we're moving right along. We're moving past it.
I know what happened with you. You got cold feet because I've got infinitely more dirt on. And then we can have that on the record.
Moving right along.
Yeah, I called it. You see, this is the stuff they don't tell you in the handbooks, is that there is infinite chess happening all the time. That play-by-play was just for you.
Oh well, then you've only had the handbooks from 2012. It's all been updated
Handbooks.
since then.
I've never read a handbook. The only handbook I've ever read is the Imperial Infantryman's Uplifting Primer.
What about the tutorial guide that you used to get in old computer games? It's basically a handbook.
No, I've never
And I
read
used to read
those.
You never
You
read
never got
those.
You never got Age of Empires 1 and flipped through every single page?
I did not buy computer games until I was
So
an
you're a
adult.
you're a true Chad. Or you're one of those homeschooled freaks that played the flute.
Played the flute. No, I am actually neither. I would categorize myself as just I don't even know what like we're trying to poke. I guess that I could just say I had a fucked up childhood, and I would leave it at that. That is a lot of fucking cans.
So the child molestation line, that one really did get to you. Well, I'm sorry.
No,
I'm sorry, mate.
I wasn't molested as a child.
This sounds like bullying.
I mean, if you want to meme about it, sure, but I wasn't. If I'm being honest.
Well, I
That
believe
said,
you.
the dude in that fucking book talks about that. He said he's like, trauma ain't real, nigga. Like I got raped once as a kid, and if I was retarded, I would have let that affect me, but I didn't. You guy's my hero. Ask your superiors about Michael Vale.
Michael Vale. Okay.
Yes.
Let me just send an email off.
I have no superiors.
See, I wish the anime girls had this tier of like dedication to roleplay where they don't just fucking drop everything and go, I'm a fucking black man living in fucking suburban Detroit after like 5 minutes of talking.
By anime girls, are you talking about the Chaos Spawn sort of?
Vaguely. I don't know. I haven't met a good one. Because people keep talking about these fucking illustrious disco traps that pretend to be girls, but nobody does that. Everybody just says, "Post your cock immediately."
Hey, you're just not part of the right circles. Let me invite you to a few
Apparently
discords
not.
where I can find you some real ERPers that are fantastic
Okay.
at it.
Send it.
But first you gotta send me a picture of your not your persona, but your ERP sona.
ERP Sona.
You gotta give me the whole profile of like
I
who your
don't want to even
character
know.
is and
Just
What?
stop.
He's asking for my character sheet, but like in a
yes.
freeform game. But I don't want to do that.
Your character sheet of your in this ERP community. You need one.
Can you give me a format? Can you give me a
Basically,
blank?
just want to know: are you 14 years old, or are you one of those 200,000 year old gods that have somehow preserved their youth?
I'm gonna say I'm 14.
All right.
You put that in the profile.
Yep, I'm writing it down right now. Anyways, be right back. Like 5 minutes. Gonna go make some tea.
Not pissing in the.
Not pissing in the staff toilets.
Staff toilets.
Staff tea.
Staff tea. I'm making tea for the boys.
Yee.
Oh man, I'm feeling it.
Kirby is voring that kitty cat. I like it.
You like vor, dude?
I'm all about that vor.
The only time I liked vor was there was a song on the Bible too, where he talks about that.
I don't know. I haven't thought about it much, but I think I could get behind it, but probably not for the reasons most people would.
Well, what would be your reason?
I like to see women. I think I've talked about this before. I think I genuinely hate women, and anything that hurts them is pretty okay.
So you wanted to.
So it'd have to be like super realistic, and she would have to not into it at all. It'd have to be like some Jeffrey Dahmer shit.
Well, you have to. They have tags for that. It's like Predator Prey. I don't know why I know that. Oh, it was because of that fucking stupid fetish test thing. And I think I was the only person to ever score 100% on it for vanilla.
I cannot
That was
remember the last time I've. No, I can't remember the last time that hentai, not 3D PD. I don't do 3D PD anymore. I'm telling you, man, if you haven't found this yet, girls in boxes, check that shit out.
I don't get the appeal.
It's thinking man's fetish.
Like, I think it's funny because we put it in every fucking vampire game, but like, besides,
No. Not girls turned into a box. Girls stuffed inside of a box.
So it's like the fucking public use stuff.
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, that's okay, I guess.
So you want your girlfriend to be a whore?
No, I just want to see people cry.
No, it's more about like having open access to them. Yeah, good. Let's put my room right next to the fucking dumpster. No, if I have to suffer, you do. I sure love Gamergate. I sure love Shamer Bait. Good.
Large. Shamergate. Shamergate.
Shame on you, shame on me.
I watched
We
a
all go to the
30-minute
bathroom.
video on Jenkum at max volume in my living room the other day.
That fake ass fucking drug.
Yeah.
Excuse me, vulgar.
Turns out it's not entirely fake.
People weren't ready for it. The consensus wasn't prepared.
There was God, I don't remember this might have been fabricated now I think of it, because it was an American agent. I don't know what agency he worked for, but he was in this really like super specific part of Africa, and he said like, yeah, there's like kids in this little village who are into that thing, and it's spooky, and that's about all that was ever said about it. And it was like a paper from 92 or something.
92. It's interesting.
I'm so glad I figured out how to put fucking YouTube on my TV. Just play vulgar shit in front of people.
That's why you're gonna die as soon as you leave that place. Like, the paradox is gonna fucking unmake you. I wish I could go like that. I imagine it's something like getting erased by an atomic bomb. I think I want to die that way.
It's not that different than like the kind of shit you did in the den. Though now I think of it, I think the most like offensive I ever saw on that TV was Bishop playing Dragon Maid. And I was complicit. It was through my machine. I feel dirty just thinking about it.
Why?
Because we didn't just do one episode, we did 3. And I let it happen. I could have stopped it at any point.
Welcome, Dag. Are you at work right now, Dag?
No.
Oh, lucky you.
No.
Anyways, while you weren't here, Dag, we were talking behind your back. And anyways, just to cause some drama in the room, CIA Stan came to the conclusion that all your paradigm has been indoctrinated and influenced from his writings and discussions, and that it's come downstream to you. Is this true?
Wait, whose writings?
Christians.
I'm just a humble bond servant. I do not know what you're talking about.
And before Dad goes full anarch.
Well, I've come to. It's difficult to explain it, but I just know that your attitude towards Chaos Spawn, I've now adopted it because we got invaded by them, and now I just wanted to kill them immediately because they were beyond anything that Goat could ever aspire to be.
Goat was tolerable. Goat was
Careful now. I'm of the belief that the warp spawn are made and not found.
They were made by like the R9K board. All they could, like, they felt like they were brain damaged. They would just talk about ERPing and orbiting, cybering.
I think I talked about this with you. The nuanced difference between a meme lord and a fucking warp.
Okay, I'm interested in this difference actually. This is my ears are open.
I would rather not re-explain since everyone here already understands what it means without being a fucking spook. Why don't you type it into Google, see what happens? Probably be funny.
Let's get
You gotta incentivize me here. Like, yeah, I can give you stuff for free, Agent, but I've already given you like pretty much everything that I'm willing to give for free. You gotta give me fun stuff.
I've not really gotten anything from you yet, but regardless of that, I'm actually really interested because meme and irony boys, they're like my biggest enemies at the moment. So I'm interested in what is actually the nuances difference between a meme boy and a warp spawn.
I do.
I mean, I wouldn't call them meme boys because, like, those aren't even people to me. Like, those things are basically the same as sleepers because they can be molded and warped and turned into other.
I'm telling you, those are kids. They are crops that are not grown yet.
Yeah.
And they may be horrible. They may be tomatoes. Maybe.
I am tomato. I am tomato. Have you guys seen that 3D animation?
Yeah, it's called VeggieTales.
No, it was a different one. Well, I'll find it for you because this is worth looking at.
Just hearing you say "I am tomato," I pictured the Tomato Man from Mystical Creatures.
What the fuck is? Where is he in fucking? What? Who's Tomato Man?
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the game. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
I got you. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, the one in the fucking image.
What a perfect image because it's exactly like what he was.
Black Spark Spiegel. Let's click on this.
Where do I have to do Google Foo? I don't like creepy pasta. No. How many fucking keywords do I need? Apparently, I need to go to Google.
Have you tried
Christian, I really
DuckDuckGo?
wish you did explain to me the nuances because it is something I am genuinely interested in.
Yeah, I get it's your job, but I'm looking for this fucking tomato video. Make sure that's put in the fucking transcript. When you arrest me, I want you to throw that in front of me, and I want you to hand me a red pen, and I'm going to underline every single time I said tomato.
I do.
Meme lords are just they have potential. They just aren't seeking it out. Warp Spawn are too far gone.
That's like, I do get the difference. It's just that they were actually meme lords too. Was the thing.
They can be very similar in appearance. It's just Warp Spawn. You can't bring them. Like, meme lords are standing on the edge of the cliff, thinking, "Wouldn't it be funny if I jumped and dabbed like everyone else?" And you can maybe pull them back. Maybe.
Yeah.
Warp Spawn have jumped.
Okay, I found the tomato video. Where do I post it?
Anyways,
Everything
thanks, Carlo.
all at once.
I'm gonna post it in general, and then I'm going to at
Thanks for answering me, Carlo, by the way.
everyone. He also got it wrong, but
No, I didn't
think
get
that
it
was part of
wrong.
it. There we go. There's your video.
Pretty lewd
Let's
thumbnail.
see. Hey, this isn't VeggieTales.
Print that out. Do what the CIA did. Do a screenshot, print it out, and then
Yeah, this
rescan it so that it's fucking grainy.
Yeah, this is gonna be like on this part of the whole transcript, and like the thumbnail with the link on top and your name next to it's gonna be on your desk. I'm gonna slap it down and I go, what is this? Tell me, what does this mean to you?
It doesn't mean anything to me. Now look, as I am reading off of the transcript what I am saying, because I am epic for the win. And then I'll put it down, and then I'll look you straight in the eyes.
In all seriousness, if the CIA or FBI was genuine about doing their jobs properly, they'll hire guys like us, because we definitely have extensive skills in how to find out true dangerous people on the internet.
Yes, it seems to me that fucking everyone around me is dangerously close to these fucking glow-in-the-dark niggers. And it's going to be something innocuous, but I already see it coming because I'm a paranoid schizophrenic.
Yes, I can't tell if you're memeing paranoia or not, but
I
everyone
mean,
has a sense
interpret
of
it how you
paranoia.
will.
Are you the sort of person that leaves a phone at home every time they leave the house?
I do that. I actually.
Well, like,
because if not,
which phone?
If not, I would suggest all of them. They're all linked to you somehow. They know they're not stupid. The next thing is, how about putting a little bit of electrical duct tape over the camera of your phone and the microphone of your phone?
The microphone, so I
That's
can't make
another
calls.
step you could take.
I
That's another step you
exclusively
could take.
communicate telepathically.
Well, see, that's the problem with it, right? Modern problems require modern solutions. This isn't the fucking 1980s anymore. You don't just fucking, like, find the contact spots, get rid of the cameras, and get rid of the microphones, and then you're free to say whatever you want. No matter where you are, you're surrounded. Like, I think, what is the statistic? It's something like you're never more than a meter away from, like, 4 microphones. So, like, how do you combat that? You can't just break every microphone. That's too many in the world. It's like getting rid of, like, fucking all the vermin in the world. You just gotta immunize yourself to. You have to.
You know that.
Do the.
You know that Mark Zuckerberg, he has tape over his
Yes,
account.
we know.
That's good for
We're all
him. He's not really a person, though.
I know.
Well, like, that's an epic meme and all, but, like, if you hear about someone in the news, they're not real. If you hear about them on the news, that means that had to pass over the desk of somebody who is in the direct pockets of those fucking people that you should.
What about if I hear I'm in InfoWars, which is the only true news that any patriot should be watching?
I don't know. And nor do I really care because fucking I don't read InfoWars because that's just gay. And it's also extremely controlled opposition.
Yes.
But you can't get as schizo as we do without being, like, personally integrated with people.
Yes.
Who put my pants down there?
InfoWars is conservacuck and controlled op bullshit. It has nothing really to do with the Alex Jones screaming experience.
Yes. That's exactly why they got deplatformed.
But how would you know that? Because a private person could always be supported by a bunch of people that think the same, and just.
That's why it's about deconstructing of society. That's why you have kids at their parents' throats and all this other betrayal and shit. There is a reason. Like, you know the old meme, fucking marriage is a state institution because they wanted to incentivize it so they get tax breaks. Anything else that happens as according to the state is to incentivize one thing or another. And essentially, right now, betrayal and destruction of any sort of communal unit is what is encouraged by moving in of random people and outsourcing pricing and this rabid capitalism and people not being able to do rent control and all this other gay shit. It's about dehumanizing you and separating you from your people, whether that's something as simple as a church group or a friend group or fucking your whole nation. We are reaching the globalized tiers where people are no longer themselves, but instead individuals in a mass of everyone who is their enemy. Late 1984 phase.
I didn't look at it from the state perspective. I was just looking at the masses of social engineering going on just from marketers alone.
Oh yeah, that stuff's epic because, like, I thought about this today, about how ingenious some stuff is. So, like, take the perspective, will working is possible. That means time travel is possible. That means any sort of information that passes through about any sort of event, no matter where you are on Earth, in almost every location there will be a timestamp. And that's what really got to me, because I was sitting there in the middle of this park looking at buses passing by, and every single one of them has advertisements on. And I remembered back when I was in Europe the last time, there was advertisements for a movie that was coming out everywhere, like literally every fucking open space. Somebody might say that that's consumerism, and fucking ad space, fucking visual pollution, all that gay shit. Sure, but secondary thing, if somebody goes future past, takes a picture of something and brings it back, and they shouldn't, it will immediately be timestamped, and it will be a massive parody. They don't have to use the lottery anymore because people have wisened up to that. You go to the future, you get the lotto numbers, they come to you and they fucking kill you. Nobody gets the lotto numbers. So yeah, the simple, like, everything is multifaceted. There isn't just like a single end to that, because that would be not very, what's the word? That would not be very utilitarian. A mono-use item is very, very bad. It's a poor quality thing.
It wouldn't be a good
You have a thing
system
as much use as possible.
It wouldn't be a good system if there was a head to cut off.
Yeah.
Hey, your monologues made my friend Dutch Nepal leave, Christian. I hope you're
Okay.
happy.
I don't care because he plays. Oh wait, no, that wasn't. That's a good boy. Well, I still don't care because ESL are one step above Warp Spawn to me.
Nurgle has blessed California again.
Why?
You will never guess what's sweeping the state currently.
Fire.
The Black Death. It's back.
I remember when that started. It was in a park in like fucking the middle of California.
Yeah, it's spreading apparently.
We have the cure to it.
That's what blows me away. How?
Because squirrels maintain it, so people get infected by it because they're not immunized to it.
They also have the big homeless population, and they recently released a giant rat swarm in Los Angeles.
It's a conspiracy. God damn it!
There's a rat hive inside of some abandoned building, and they destroyed it, and then the rats moved to the homeless camp, and now they just spread to like the capital, the municipal building in Los Angeles.
Surprisingly, we don't have rat problems because rats die when every single metal surface is in direct line of a 40 degrees Celsius sun. We do have a big problem with what is it?
Locals.
Yeah, well, the locals obviously, but what do we have a problem with actually? We don't really have a wildlife problem besides the homeless. Great, yeah, just smoke weed outside my fucking good 10 out of 10.
You're from California?
I am from the People's Republic of Nevada. The desert is what I claim as home. You could say I'm a Mojave.
I've spent a lot of time in Palm Springs before. In weird circumstances.
Place is a shithole. Not that I have too much of
I'm
a
not
problem
good.
with it, but like the fucking city is this shitty boomer oasis, and then everything around it is desert people.
Yes. It kind of has a unique feel to it in that way. It's like this
They
weird,
literally
like,
have city walls. In the year of our Lord 2019, they have city walls.
yeah, and every single boomer enclave is it's like being in South Africa where like every like boomer enclave has walls and gates and security, and like
You want to know why that is? It's because of the fucking desert people.
who do you mean by the desert people? The Spics who pick
No,
do agriculture?
Spics are upstanding Catholic fucking migrant workers. Desert people are those who have succumbed to the call of the desert. They're the psycho motherfuckers that hear this endless call from. Kyler claims it's the corpse of Quetzalcoatl, whatever that means. And they just fucking go out. Like, it has a bunch of symptoms, and then people eventually just want to be in the desert and don't want to ever leave the desert. And so,
sometimes I have the call to the desert too.
Google
like,
Murder Mountain, California.
like you know the
Yes.
you know the fucking what's it called? You know cordyceps, the fucking thing, the fucking mold that gets into fucking ants' brains and makes them go to a high place and then it sprouts out of them.
Yes.
Like that, it's not a fucking infection like that. It's not sci-fi or anything, but it does have a similar effect of these people. Like, people hear it, you go crazy in LA. Ask anyone, and they'll say it's something with the wind. They'll say it's something about the city energy, and they'll say it's about something with the cement or the fucking like chi energy. But it's the fucking call of the desert, and these people will eventually succumb to it, where they'll just be like, oh, I can fucking sleep outside. I can do whatever. And then they just start getting more deranged. They'll go, oh, I just want to wander. I just want to wander in this direction or that direction. Sound familiar? Oh, I just got to go upwards, dude. I mean, I know the colony's down there, but I gotta go upwards, man. And so these people just wander around until eventually they end up in the desert. And then they find a nice little patch, and then they just go fucking bonkers. From that point on, they are no longer people. They are a part of the desert. And then their territory just gets wider and wider and wider until eventually somebody kills them. They kill another desert person, or something ends their miserable. That's why you can't go driving out in the fucking desert.
To me.
I mean, you know.
I listed off a bunch of places I want to wander to recently, and the Mojave was the number one because it's the closest.
Well, make that the last stop because you won't wander anywhere else after it.
That's how you fucking die.
I feel like I'm going to wander out into the desert and encounter like a spirit while I'm fucking dying.
You'll also get shot at by rock salt if they're friendly and kind.
That's how they say hello.
It really is. They're monsters.
Well, the one positive thing about Palm Springs is that it only has like a 3 or 4% Negro population.
It's fucking everywhere in California. We don't have that many niggers, except for in like Compton.
You got a lot of Asians, like a surprisingly large number of Asians.
Yes, that is true.
Kwajin must go back.
They built the railways, don't you know? Kwajin. Fuck the Kwajin. and fuck them sensually. I'd do it. I don't care if it's rotting pussy. Australian man, would you fuck rotting pussy?
Depends what race it is.
What races are acceptable and which aren't?
Latino, yes. The rest, no.
You don't want to do the 14 words. You don't want to
I don't think the 14 words count when the pussy's rotting.
I guess. Well, what? You know what? Never mind. What were you gonna say, Kyler? Sorry, I derailed with this bad conversation.
Fucking Call of Desert, spooky shit. Like within 2 days, I was actually hearing voices and sleeping outside.
Yeah, it'll fuck you up.
Yeah, there's nothing important. I was just filling the silence.
So, Christian, you like to travel. You're one of the only people I've come across on this server who actually seem to find intrinsic value in leaving their little hobbit village.
I don't find intrinsic value in it. I did it for the lull.
For the lols.
Like
It's an
if
interesting
you
reason why
wanna,
to do things.
like, when your entire thing is just when your entire philosophy is suffer to become better, when you reach a certain end of like I'm pretty peak suffering here of being in this fucking cave for several years at a time. I think it's time to discover a new kind of suffering. That's really what this is. Of just I was given an opportunity and I was like, all right, cool, I'll do that shit because I'm ready to be enslaved.
Then you just explain the intrinsic value of it to me.
I mean,
Basically.
I didn't see any value in it. It was just this is a new thing. Time to discover that value if there is any to be had. And I was fully prepared to find none.
So you were there as a tourist, or did you get like a work holiday visa sort of thing, or?
I did the work holiday meme, and I worked for 6 months in a fucking horse ranch.
And this was in England or Australia?
This was in Australia.
Novosibirsk.
What state?
Yeah, all the horses they have there.
What state were you in?
I was in New South Wales.
Oh, what area?
What?
What area?
Fucking like Sydney-ish.
So just like on like outskirts of Sydney.
I guess. I don't know how far it was because I never went into Sydney, but people kept telling me it was close, but it didn't seem that close. But these were also country bumpkins, so I don't know what their definition of close is.
Another thing, what is your opinion of Australia besides shoveling shit?
What
did you?
So here's a revelation I had. People say that Australian accents on women are the most disgusting thing ever, and
Yes.
I went there and I thought that's fucking bullshit because I've heard Australian girls speak and I think it's fine. I think it's a fine accent. And then I went there, I experienced it all, and it's not that their accent is what is bad, it's that Australian women are bad, and thus all of them are bad, so people associate their accents with a bad feeling.
And how are Australian women bad to you?
I don't fucking know, dude. Like, they're just shit. Like,
I mean, I agree. I can tell you everything wrong with Australian women, but I'm interested
they're
in your
very,
perspective.
they're very like we have these archetypes in America where like there'll be different types of broads, and there's this one type of broad that will fucking hang around guys and pretend she's one of the guys, and she only does that because anybody who will step to her and fucking knock her teeth out will be immediately attacked by everyone around them, and so this bitch pretends to be somebody who she is not because everything around her is defending that position, and so she is very pompous, very fucking attempting to be masculine, and It's just it's the eternal fucking little brother syndrome of mom says it's my turn to play, except with their entire life. And so that's what I get from these whores. And so
that's a unique analysis. I've never heard about Australian women, but you're not completely wrong. A lot of them are
I
like
know
that.
I'm not wrong. I lived it. Yeah, I don't know. They were just generally shit, and they were. I don't know. I'm more discovering that there is not a type of like individual that I really like, because everyone I've met has been fake and has been fucking utter garbage. But it's also I'm hanging out in not very good locations.
Yeah,
not really much I can attest to that.
Imagine if you're doing the backpacker trail, you're not going to find many people like that.
They made anybody cool. My boss was cool-ish, but that's just because he was also a foreigner, also the most fucked ass accent you could ever imagine, because he was a German guy who moved to Australia. So a German Australian accent is something to behold, especially when he's screaming in German. He was cool. Some guys I met up with and played Dando with, they were all right, but I didn't really like them that much. Yeah, no. I think the nicest person that I met in Australia was the fucking like airport attendant who searched my bag because I had a bunch of sketchy shit. That was probably the nicest person I met, because they're probably used to dealing with explosive people. But other than that, pretty much everyone I met was a fucking garbage human being.
Tell me, there's actually one, like a lot of the backpackers who do come to Australia, it's like we attract like the worst type of extroverted people. I won't say worst, because there's a lot of fucking shitload of loser introverted people too, that I actually hate more than extroverted people. I'm the more I get older, the more I actually appreciate like these extroverted normies without too much care in the world. But anyways, that's a different story. We do attract that people who are interested in a safe, sun-filled, fun time in Australia, and so we do attract a certain type of crowd. Another question to you: what do you find redeemable about Australia?
The meat is cheap.
Oh yeah, and delicious. Tonight I ate veal and pork patties with cheese on top, and 3 lamb rums.
I used to eat veal a lot, and it was a strange thing because in my family, I don't know what this means, pathetic or if it's normal, but fuck. My family only had meat not very frequently, and especially not veal. The only time we had veal was fucking at Christmas, and so I would have that almost every week, and so it would feel like Christmas to me eating veal for very cheap.
Were you raised a Presbyterian or whatever those guys are called?
No, my family's not religious, but yeah, but I am. Well, when
Good.
I say my family, my father is, I am, my mother and my half-sister are not human beings.
That's funny, because usually what I find is that it's, in today's current climate, it's the women who are more inclined to...
Well, let me explain why that is. It's because men exit the church. Women want to maintain the sense of community and culture because they're hive-minded fucking parasites. And then once all the men are gone, this shitty ass fucking church develops into, you know, what everybody expects, right? Do the all woman company, do the all woman anything, and it fucking turns into fucking crumbling dust, and then and then disappears. So you're seeing the second phase of people who are exiting the church and not redeeming their inheritance of a Christianized Europe or European descended nation. Because believe it or not, they all stand on the shoulders of giants. They are inheritors of this society which is built upon those values.
When you say that you are religious, are you a Christian?
Yes.
Okay, and what part of the church do you belong to?
I am of the Protestant bent. Really doctrinally, it doesn't really matter beyond that because it's just biblical literalism. But recently, I've been kind of fucking investigating the apostolic end of stuff. But everything sort of comes to this dead end of everybody has these flip flopping ideas of certain doctrines that don't really line up with what I see and what is to me doctrinally sound.
Are you familiar with traditionalism with a capital T?
Depends on what you mean by that. I'm familiar with several kinds, so.
Well, there's only one kind of traditionalism with a capital T.
That is not true.
No, it is true. It's called the School of Traditionalism, started by people like Rene Guénon and Julius Evola. That's with a capital T.
Oh, so you're defending the trademark. That's why you're saying there's only one. I got
No, I just mean like I'm just very specific with my definition, and I don't know any other capital T traditionalism that exists. I know there's a lot of traditionalism that exists without a capital T, but anyways, this is just semantics anyway. It's not point. There's no point to what we're saying. Anyways,
where do I buy your book?
Anyways, what I'm trying to say is, are you a Christian for? Okay, I'll make it broader. Why are you a Christian?
Why am I a Christian? Well, I am a Christian because I am a man who is susceptible to his mortal flaws inherited by my sin nature. And because of that sin nature, I cannot have a relationship with God. And so I am a Christian because Jesus Christ, Yeshua, the chosen one, or the anointed one, if you so prefer, opened the pathway to having a personal relationship with God the Creator. And so I have taken that opportunity. I am not very interested in a cult of maintaining what exists because that is essentially missing the trees from the forest. The reason why society is nice is not because we hold to these values. Society is nice because it holds to these values, which were at one point an inverted form of what everybody considered to be normal. People will often balk at what happens in China from all of their security videotapes of people dying and people walking by. However, that is the base form of humanity. Maoism made sure of that. They erased all cultural identity besides that which was communist. And so what you have is base humans. That's what Chinese are. People call them bugmen, people call them whatever. But the truth is that they're just basic humans. That is what blank slate humans look like. And I need no more proof than when you read the parable of the Good Samaritan, wherein a priest, a high priest, and a bunch of other people pass by a dying man on the road who's been robbed, and they go, "Oh, I don't want to deal with that," and they just keep going. You would believe that story if somebody told you it, if it happened in China, because that's what society was like before people adopted the principles and the likeness of Christ, which is self-sacrifice. But above all, love, not the meme shit. Are you familiar with Greek?
Sorry, you lagged out when you said that last word. What did you say?
Are you familiar with Greek?
Greek? Like the language?
Yes.
No, I can't speak any Greek.
There are 3 words for love in Greek. There is philos, there is eros, and there is agape. Philos, as you know, Philadelphia, brotherly love, the sort of thing that is fraternity. There's eros, eroticism. Obviously, you can guess what that means. It's tactile sensual, physical expressions of quote unquote love. Agape is the highest form or the most valued form, depending on your opinion, obviously. But it has the most implications. It is about the willingness to self-sacrifice. It is about putting one's life down in order to better another. It is usually only referred to in speaking of a man and wife or a man and child. So that is the love that Christ represents.
Okay. That's a cool little tidbit you gave me. I'm glad I listened. I'm being sincere here, not being ironic. The next thing, just a point, is I always thought eros meant desire, and also maybe desire in a very lustful way, or...
Well, yeah, just take it however you wish. That, like, if you already know what that means, then sure, that's probably a better term, but it's about the distinction between them.
Yeah, because
and most
correct me
people,
if
when
I'm
they
wrong.
speak of love, they're talking about that.
Yeah, because when I'm trying to like just educate myself here. Maybe Dutch can answer because he's smart at this stuff. But can you like can eros also be like associated with, for example, like sports cars or like cheeseburgers and stuff like that? Like,
I don't see why not. I'm not an expert in Greek. Like, I only know the implications of it to the extent of explaining the difference between the three different kinds.
Yep.
But yeah, I think it wouldn't be inappropriate to call it that.
Okay. Well.
But yes, if it sounds like that I have a lot of disdain, it's because I do. Because I despise trad thoughts, because they have no appreciation for the thing that they wish to preserve.
I mean,
again, trees, forest. It's about Christ. It's not about you and how you feel in this society.
Hey, trad thoughts are awesome, okay? And I'm currently dating one right now, and she's soon to be
Poster tip.
Oh no, you just need to follow her on Instagram, dude. She has about 80,000
send me your Instagram, bro.
She has 80,000 followers, and she needs a couple more.
I'll follow her. I'll make an account and then get banned instantly because that's how these stupid websites work.
And the coolest thing about her is she used to date only black and Arabic guys, but
she used to own black and Arabic guys.
And then, but ever since that, she discovered that she wasn't getting enough attention for that, and found out after 2006, she found out 4chan through the Trump memes and stuff like that. 2006, yeah. 2006.
Too old.
Anyway,
too fucking old.
She found about 4chan and stuff like that. She converted to being a trad thought, and ever since then, her attention meter, oh man, it blew through the roof. It's like she was just like a level 14 thought it, and now she's like advanced to like a level like 64 thought.
Ace trad thought, black guys only.
What level scaling are you using?
I'm using 1 to 100.
Her presence, her orbit level.
Yeah, orbit level. I mean, I'm playing classic WoW right now, so maybe I should do 1 to 60.
But yeah, fucking like my exact there's a picture that I have somewhere of fucking Ebola, and it's something along the lines of like my perfect world of whatever his fucking thesis is absolutely demonstrated by fucking neckbeards masturbating in their basement. Because those are the only people that fucking talk about him and his ideas. And I don't know a damn thing about him, like, at all.
You could be right, but it doesn't. That's like not a very.
I'm
good
sorry to
argument
insult your whole worldview, but you know you are the
okay.
CIA spook here. We are enemies. Though surprisingly, I don't think I would kill a CIA nigger faster than I would kill like an AT&T worker. I would shoot you, but I would also, like, if you got away, I would have the appreciation that, like, like a hunter has for a fox that escapes the hound.
Oh yeah.
But I would not feel that way about a fucking dirty rat fucking ISP worker.
Can you, one sec, just finishing writing that part down. Alright, done. Okay.
I mean, I'll give you the general thesis that I've given other people who have
Yes,
glown in the
please.
dark. It's that I'm an extremely violent and unstable person, but if you leave me alone, the problem will solve itself within a few years.
Oh, well, we're not interested in violent and stable people here. We're interested in actual people who have agency, that are capable of causing real damage and real terror to the populace. Not people, not like crazy lunatics. So actually,
Well, unfortunately,
since you told me that, thanks for, you've just wasted the last 3 hours of my time, and I don't think my manager's going to be happy.
that's fine. I mean, I was hoping that at least you were entertained by it, since you're playing this whole Evola angle. I'm glad I got to harp on that. Can you send me a peer review? I kind of need those references for work. So, something like Chris Chan was very good research study. Very compatible with our questionnaire.
Hey, if you actually are interested in spirituality, you should do a bit of investigation into Evola.
I'm not interested in this fucking cargo cultism.
What does that mean?
Like, I'm not interested in this sort of fucking works fruit ideology of get shit, do shit, get shit, do shit. That's the antithesis of my being.
Okay, well, I still have the same suggestion to you, because
Frankly, the reason why it offends me so much is because it's essentially people LARPing as what I actually am for the sake of getting the rewards that they think that I get out of doing the shit that cost me my life. Because they're willing to talk about, like, oh, the honorable, like, good society and all that shit, but they won't talk about the fucking thousands of martyrs that died to make it happen. Because they don't care about the sacrifice, they only care about the reward and maintaining what they have so that they don't have to sacrifice themselves in order to renew.
I like exactly what you're saying, and I really, after just listening to this, I'd double down on saying that maybe you should get an interest in an Evola.
Maybe, but I have like a billion other books to read.
Okay, well, I've already implanted the seed, and maybe one day it will become relevant to you.
I don't think I can underestimate how many stacks of books I have. Like, I remember telling somebody that I was literally worse than Hitler because in Mein Kampf he talks about how he has like these fucking, he starved himself when he was like college age and so that he could go to the theater and buy books and read them. And I have stacks of books just like he does. His apartment was apparently bare except for stacks and stacks of books that he read all of. And I have that and I don't read them.
There's a cool quote about Hitler. Is like, the hotel clerk brought up his suitcase to his hotel room and it was so heavy. And apparently inside it, there was no clothes or anything at all. All there was just books.
Yeah, I mean that's literally what my fucking baggage is like. It's just books and then I have some clothes. And of course machine spirits because we live in the fucking digital age.
I find I end up reading more at home than when I do travel. For some reason, I don't have this train of thought to be able to read when I'm like traveling. I'm not sure why. I don't have a
I
reason
can't
to
read
talk.
anywhere.
Reading's a hard
But
skill, especially.
no, it certainly is, and I never grew
that
up doing it.
And I mean that sincerely. It's a hard skill. It takes discipline, and I find it very hard too. I even grew up in reading a lot. Um, I find that sometimes I can read a whole book, and I'm like, oh, I already know everything that this book was telling me from the 15-minute YouTube video that I watched uh, before this book that got me interested in this book, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
Things like that too.
I think 4chan fried my brain as well as abusing YouTube and caffeine.
Me too, but and saying that though, it also did plenty of other good things. I definitely know a lot of weird different knowledge because of things like 4chan and
I
YouTube.
guess. I mean, like, absolutely, I'm tapped into the hive mind, but like, what is that worth when you detach from it, you no longer have access to that portion of your mind. It's just like, how much do you want to compartmentalize into the digital web? And I learned that in Australia because you don't have internet there.
That's true.
I think 4chan was beneficial in injecting thousands of schizophrenic voices in people's heads.
That's what it is. That's what I mean when I say it's the fucking hive mind. People just fucking.
I think that's beneficial though because that makes you. This doesn't work for everyone, but it made me like
black.
Yes, and whenever you like let's say like on a trip or something or just any experience like that, it all culminates from like your recursive knowledge inverting in on itself and exploding. And I think 4chan contributes to that, but you also have to actually know some shit.
About?
It's
you're talking about fucking drugs.
It's
dirty fucking cheaters.
It's not just drugs. Like there's other ways. Like I got my mind blown by some meditation I was doing recently, completely sober. But you know, just a general experience, drugs or not, just the patterns, being overdosed on patterns for years of your life. I think it's just beneficial. And then we live in a chaotic, schizophrenic society that turns people into, like it turns most people into sleepers, but it turns the people who awaken into real fucking schizos, which is good.
We live in a society. Make sure to have that quote like we live in a and then ... society.
We live in a society.
Dag, this is your labyrinth. Who is this stupid fucktard?
Wait, who? Which one?
The fucking the Australian.
Been here for a year or two. It's part of the evil pagans or whatever.
Oh, great. My face. Just add Gnostic on the end of it. It's fucking beautiful.
You also forgot capitalist, and neat, and
capitalist and neat
few other words.
I just know that you frequently fall out of the loop. Then you say something, and then we have to haze you.
Where the fuck did it go?
You fell out of the loop once, and you came back, and you were asking us if we were left or right, and we just started hazing you.
That's the appropriate response. Where did it go? What the fuck? Am I losing my brain? Where the fuck did... This is not food. This is bullshit. How you doing, Tyler?
Doing fucking what, mate?
How are you doing?
I'm dueling.
Doing
Yeah.
dueling.
It's pretty fucking horrible. I should really, really stop. This is not fun even a little bit.
But the real answer to your question is, I used to watch Dag's videos, and someone from another server who introduced me to Dag's videos and invited me to the server, probably about a year and a half or 2 years ago.
You know, I was talking to another agent, and he was like, "You should record your shit and like make sure it gets put out there because you could have a lot of impact on people." And I didn't tell him at the time, but I thought of Dag, and I was like, I don't want to be that kind of cringe lord.
Well, back then I wasn't saying anything real. Plus, it doesn't matter anyway because the FBI.
Don't even get me wrong. I've never watched any one of your videos.
That's fine. I don't even like.
So I'm not insulting anything in particular. It's just the thought of just putting all that out there and then fucking paying the price of that is just so fucking.
Just multiple people. Like, I don't even really like doing it, but multiple people told me to keep doing it. Now I just fucking just talk at a camera.
Oh, you better keep doing it. And also, I don't find it cringe. I think it requires a certain type of bravery to put yourself out there like that.
He was just saying cringe. He was just saying cringe, like that fag shit, that general fag shit.
Well, it's just, yeah, I mean, like, fag is a good word because that just generally means nothing. But, like, it just seems like so much more bother than it's worth. Because, like, I curate myself. Like, when I find prospective targets, it's because I like them and because I want to ruin their life, but also make it better. With that sort of like public open net talking on like a fucking television show thing, it's not personal. It's not like,
no, it isn't.
I don't know. It jives against my personal outlook and how I've had a lot of success because I think like. Say someone like Kyler, I think he would have had a very negative reaction to somebody who's like, "What's up, Gamer Nation? I'm going to tell you how to fucking fight the Jews and dab on reality." Like, I don't think someone like him would have approached me with anything but fucking utter disgust. And I don't think I would have done that. I don't think I would have done anything else either.
It is a terrible format, like monologuing, like one-on-one just that interaction is way better. That's why I actually started recording some conversations in here, is because like they get way more in depth than anything that I do on monologues.
Well, that's because like you only go to a certain number of ruts.
I think you're underselling yourself. You cast a wide net when you do these monologues.
No, like,
and then when you just have these one-on-one dialogues and stuff like that. Like,
to the contrary, I would say you narrow your view when you're just monologuing, because every time I've monologued, it just comes down to me screaming at somebody from my past and just fucking getting really close to frenzying, and then that's it. That's like the sum of my personal like internal monologue is just rage.
It doesn't matter anyway because people like hear what I say. They hear what they want to hear from what I say. So the Chaos Spawn came in here being faggots, and then I was telling their leader to kill himself repeatedly. And then he said, "I thought you didn't hate anyone." I said, "No, kill yourself. I hate you. I would kill you." They hear what they want to hear.
I thought you said you don't hate people.
No. I did say that, but you know, monologuing is retarded, so it doesn't explain the ideas right.
Well, yeah, that's how I look at it too. Is like, it's, if anything, it's fucking dress rehearsal. It's where you practice the lines of thought that you're going to unleash on other people. It's not It's like fucking recording a fucking rehearsal of a fucking play and being like, oh, see how they messed up and fucked up. Like, no shit. It's fucking they're practicing. It's not the fucking real deal. Like,
I think
what the
the
hell is your
opposite.
problem?
I definitely think the opposite. I think dialoguing with people is more of a practice way to cement ideas, and monologue is just where you currently are at, and then you're presenting what you've practiced.
That does happen too, where we have the giant conversations in here, and then they float around in my mind. And then if I talk about that topic, I'll kind of regurgitate a lot of it.
Well, yeah, and that's why I don't think monologues are good, because I've never felt anything unique come out of a monologue that wouldn't have come out during a dialogue.
Yes, but you can't always just access a dialogue. That requires some intimacy with people.
Yeah, it's almost like that's the point of starting a cult. We're not a cult.
Where a monologue, I can just access it from.
Like implying they don't get intimacy from a screen. It doesn't trick their brains.
This is like, I was just saying cringe before, but now this is actually cringe, because like fucking the idea of like this sort of let's play ass sort of relationship is kind of fucking with me.
What about
fucking dirty?
Like all the let's plays and like all the pull-tards you watch, Ben Shapiro and Stefan Molyneux or whatever.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Oh, Daddy told me what to think today," and
yeah, that's where it's just like I can kind of, so here's the ideal. I can see like maybe a dialogue like this happening, where people are talking and they have synergy, and you kind of like are integrated as a part of like this group, which is sort of what was happening with the ESL fucker, where he wasn't participating, but he was hearing stuff and kind of understanding what the social like mores are. That I can sort of see some value out of. But if you never ever jump in and are like, I'm going to be a part of it, then it's kind of ingenuine. And also because like I like to drag people into stuff, because I know that that's not that you like people fucking normal fags are so fucking selfish that they just want to talk about themselves, and then when the conversation dies because they're only talking about themselves, they're like, wow, that guy's awkward and cringy because he doesn't talk about himself as much as I do, because I'm fucking all about myself. So it's important when someone is in a place like this that I scream at someone like you, like, what is your opinion on fucking rotting pussies?
That's
the purpose of that.
You backtracked, but Dutch Nepal messaged me before. This is what he said. Sorry, I'm getting a headache right now. Just listening to this guy and his self-importance and only ever talking about himself is really boring me. He reminds me of a haggis. He reminds me of a haggis, which is a guy who's in a trailer park but with less white trash flavor. But he still loves to talking about himself, just like that Carla guy. Loves to hear himself talk in his own voice. I got a headache. I'm gonna go for a while.
Can you send me that?
Send me that. I feel like I just got complimented.
That's what he said.
Well,
so I'm glad you brought up those points.
Like sire, like child. Well, yeah, sure. Like, I'll definitely admit that in this particular conversation, because you can't expect that all the time, of course. This is our first time meeting. I have to make an impression. I can't be the person who's like, oh yeah, whatever, I'm just some dude. When it comes down to it, I'm going to say this server is a server that is a derivative of the fucking cult that I started. I am going to flex nuts and claim my dominance, because I have the ability to do that here. If this was a fucking NFL football server, I wouldn't do that. I would just sort of sit around and see what this place is like, and sort of see what the locals are like and what they're about, and then see how I can snake in there. This place, to me, appears as the prepared whore that is already lubed up and fucking knocked unconscious. The like coming in here and just treating it like my fucking house feels appropriate, even if it may not be to somebody who doesn't understand the implication. So yeah, I'll admit that definitely this conversation has been a lot of me talking about myself, but also absolute absolute fucking credit and blame goes to you because you're just trying to pry it out of me.
Oh no, I don't deny that. I definitely interviewed you.
But
Definitely
also, I would feel bad if that sort of text came from somebody who is like I genuinely respect, or at least seems like a cool guy. But he is an ESL nigger playing fucking
Oh, it was the
like fucking
ESL
League
he
of
was
Legends.
playing.
no. Dutch
So
Nepal's
he
not
can.
the ESL nigger.
Who was it?
Dutch Nepal. He's not the ESL nigger. He's someone that
Oh,
I
okay.
actually respect. So
Well, whatever. Wait, I mean, he is an ESL, so I don't really care that much. But also, maybe I feel a little bit worse, but I also don't fucking care because
I feel nothing.
you have to. First integration, I'm saying this is who I am. Ooga booga booga. Next time I'm around, I'm not going to be this much of a prick, probably.
no, that's
But
okay.
I'm also feeling like an
I didn't
asshole
bring.
today because I'm very fucking
I didn't.
pissed off about everything that occurred today.
I didn't really bring up that point for you to justify it. I just brought up that point because you were using it to attack other people. And I was just like,
Well, that's fucking clearly I have to justify myself there. But yeah, I tried.
I mean,
I tried talking.
I also too love talking about myself, and so does Dag, and so does other people. It's like the first thing they teach you in
But
sales and
I
marketing.
genuinely like I can't fucking overemphasize that I fucking tried. I tried communicating with these people and it's just fucking nothing.
But you are right. Just before I had an attempt to bully you, are right. As soon as these a lot of people, they you deny them the chance to stop talking about themselves and listening to some shit story from their week or something like that, or something that's happening within their own life. As soon as you deny them the chance and take them off tangent to talk about something else, you can see within their eyes just like the complete like disinterest in the conversation.
Also, yeah, no, I just remembered. Yeah, that guy's a fucking infernalist. He can fall on a dagger for all I care.
I believe I talked to him once while drunk.
You talk to fucking everyone while drunk. You fucking.
Yeah. That's what I do.
We attempted suicide like 10 times in the
I
city.
wanna. Can you put this on the record, please? You are an embarrassment.
It's Discord, mate.
Yep. Everything's on the record, by the way, so you don't have to mention being on the record.
I just want to say that you need to fucking control yourself. You need to fucking control yourself.
Not on Discord. Right? There's nothing happening
Hey,
on
you
Discord.
It's bad training for when we're out in the field and we're doing shit.
I handled myself fine. I fucked up the first time. Granted, AX was a bit of a nightmare. ALA, I feel like there's some shared blame. Otacon was fucking golden. My whole approach to the actual field work has become read the room. Because when it's face to face, I feel embarrassed and I understand your anger, and I don't like it either.
Well, it just comes from a place of concern because when like I don't feel good when we're fucking in there together, and then you just like fucking over the course of 20 minutes just fucking lose your mind, and then I have to go, okay, I don't want to be here anymore, so I'm going to hang up. I don't like doing that because that feels shitty to me. But also, it's your fucking fault for fucking pounding that shit like a retard.
Yeah.
I wish I knew.
I'm not saying this is an intervention, but
it's hard for me to take the internet too seriously.
I want an intervention on Kyla, and as you guys, some of you guys seem like Kyla's best friends on this, and I really think that you guys should offer him some redemption.
Redemption from what?
Kyla's obviously a bright mind, and he doesn't deserve this diabetes slow decay of every cocktail of bad.
What are you talking about? I totally missed what the fuck you're saying.
What I'm trying to say is you guys should save your friend Kyla, because he's obviously a good soldier and needs redemption.
Save me from what, mate?
I'm literally just telling him that I feel bad for when he fucking abuses himself. I'm not saying he should stop.
Well, I offered him two options the other day, that he should abstain from his poisons, or at least definitely minimize them as much as possible, or he should just double up on them and we can just like watch a spectacle over the internet.
He already is doubling up on them. He is immune to drugs.
I don't know. It's just been a weird few months. I know that I'm leaving the square, so it's, I don't know. I feel like it's like a dream. Nothing happening here really feels real recently.
It's because
You're
it
only
isn't.
leaving for like a couple weeks. It's not
Yeah, but
any.
it's recharging though. Like I feel significantly better for months after fucking Otacon was a week, and I felt great for like half a year afterwards.
Hey, another question to you, Christian, is I'm interested in people's rage and disdain for things. So what's got you all riled up today?
I mean, I'm always full of fucking rage. Things that annoyed me today, though, are fucking So I had to drag my fucking suitcase a goddamn kilometer to this place, and the wheel broke on it, and then I got rained on, and then when I got here, it's like 20 degrees outside, and they had every single fucking heater on, so it was like 35 or 40, and they
And
just
you're
fucking.
using Fahrenheit?
I'm using Celsius.
Okay. Yep.
So I was angry about that, but I'm just always generally perturbed because there's no real reason not to.
I agree, and I find people who have that sort of disdain for a lot of things, that they're usually
It's
in my
not a
corner.
positive thing.
No, but it's also not a negative thing, because if you don't have this sort of
I would
attitude, there's
I would
obviously
disagree with
something wrong
that.
with you. But
I mean,
only if you're talking about from a pragmatic purpose, in terms of like if you want to just like live your life
I don't think you've met
comfortably.
people with fucking actual factual rage pools because it's kind of a nightmare to be around when things are running thin.
So like you're like, when I'm talking about like your hatred, like you actually like have a tantrum sort of hatred.
There's rage. What part of that don't you get?
Like,
It
but
is
you actually like
not
do you
a
exert your
fire.
rage in the real world? Do you exert your rage? Do you put it into practice, and
What
or is it?
do you mean? But sure, I guess. I don't know what you mean by it.
I mean, do you yell at? Do you have moments where you yell at someone?
I fucking
Like,
yelled at you, fucks. Granted,
do you have a
it's not frenzying. There's a difference between exerting rage and fucking frenzying.
Yes, okay.
It's not very frequently that I frenzy, but I have gotten very close. And really, it's just about maintaining my perspective on things for the moment. And generally, it comes down to I don't want to be arrested, but other
You don't
people
want
are
to be a
fucking
what? Sorry,
irresponsible and stupid.
that
So
last word lagged. You don't want to be a what? Sorry.
I don't want to be arrested.
Okay, yes, yeah. Losing your liberty is the most stupid thing you can do.
Yeah, precisely. That's why I will kill anyone who tries to take them from me.
Unless the what you lose it for far outweighs your own personal liberty, which is, there is merit in that.
I guess. I don't know. It's hard to explain rage because I don't see it as a positive thing. I don't see it as like even a very good thing. It's just a character trait that allows me to overcome certain. But ultimately, I honestly think it's much more of a drawback than a fucking superpower.
Game mechanic.
It causes problems, and I think it causes far more problems than it solves. And this is especially evident when you find higher rage individuals. Sorry, what, Kyler? I want to hear what you said.
I don't think I've ever seen you frenzy in person. I've seen you like get to the point where it's like I know that I need. I've been there a few times.
Yeah, and that's generally not what I'm frenzying because, like, I try to control myself, but I do get to that edge, and then it's just about, I don't know, trying to exert my principles over my physical problems.
I realize frenzied and kind of regret it at the Chaos Spawn because I'm slowly realizing that what like TM and everyone were telling me is that I should have tried to groom them instead of just immediately snapping and screaming at them and telling them that they should kill themselves and going on about that for about 3 paragraphs.
Groom's one word, and also contain is another way you can do it. I also like the containment method.
They were just so
I don't
fucking.
know. I can't speak for it because I don't know what sort of shit you're dealing with. I generally try and, like, with our labyrinth, we have some fucking gatekeeping going on, and people who enter aren't going to be aware that it's a fucking death trap until it's too late and they're already drinking the Kool-Aid, or they're gonna leave because it's too hostile of a scenario for them to.
Nightmare labyrinth.
It's become.
Of the
I
devil.
used to be able to drag in people like crazy, but it's just too fucking far gone now.
It's because it's like a fucking RTS where, like, you can do a lot of early game stuff for really cheap, but then the more units you tack on, it gets hard. We got pretty lucky with
It
the
becomes
paradox.
pay to play.
Yeah, exactly.
I think honestly, a big part of it is the slang we've cultivated.
Crypto slang.
What?
Yeah.
So you like lexicons
White
like
wolves, fuck dogs.
unavailable? Your lexicon's unavailable to newcomers.
Somewhat. I'm very isolated.
The lexicon is part of the indoctrination.
I don't know. I find it very intuitive, but that's also because I've only been speaking it for what's it been, like 4 years now? Jesus Christ.
5.
We'd be coming up on by the end of the year, 4 years. Jesus fuck, it's been a long time.
So you
Different
guys are
life.
all not Nightmare Labyrinth spawns, the notorious group that does Discord raids on Epic Gamers.
We do Discord
What are you fucking
raids?
talking about? We have infamy?
No,
Wait, this is epic. Hold on. Oh,
No.
are you fucking with me?
Like, for reals, what have you heard about us?
Well, you name dropped it because I said labyrinth and you said nightmare labyrinth. So somebody fucking talked.
No. I crammed the marketing material down his throat.
Marketing material.
He is pretty dumb, but he's all right.
Yeah, yeah,
It counts.
yeah, exactly. And so, like, really, that's what it comes down to, is just poaching individuals, because it's hard to do this sort of mass awakening shit. That's unfeasible, as I think Dag is going to very soon figure out.
I got
It's
a few
pay to play.
fish on.
No, the chaos of the world does not work that way. I don't even try, and then it'll just happen to them. I just give my 2 cents to bounce around in their heads to slowly make them contribute to their schizophrenia in the long run.
So you're talking
Yeah,
about creating
precisely.
cultists, not awakened niggas.
Yes.
I got a few fish on the line, but I'm terrified of creating another greed.
So when
You're
you guys
just
talking
afraid
about
of having
fish on the
another.
line, poachers, recruits, and stuff
Uh-huh.
like that, what is your purpose for these people? Like, what do you just want them
We
to
want to
bring
turn
you
them
in?
into Manchurian candidates.
Do you want to are you like
There's an
to
innate
use them?
satisfaction to creating more of you.
I want to turn them into a Manchurian candidate.
Manchurian, like Chinese Manchurian? Is that what you're saying?
Are you for
No,
real,
it's an
mate?
expression.
Never heard that expression.
We're turning them into cold-blooded killers that on the activation word will do a big terror.
Oh, okay. Thanks for giving me the explanation.
They will go Videodrome and Hotline Miami at a moment's notice.
See, that's another time Videodrome has come up. Have you seen that movie, Dag?
Dude, Well, after I watched or did Acid last year, I watched that movie and it
Here
was
we
giving
go.
me. I need to
Okay.
tell him this. Because it was giving me a fucking heart attack because I was going
No,
through
it's
like
okay.
PTSD
I'm gonna shower
flashbacks.
because I've heard this in.
God, is it a
Anyway,
long story?
no,
Because
that
I'm
was
gonna
it.
forget what I was gonna tell the spook.
No,
That was it.
yeah, I just wanted to say I
Let's-
watched that and it gave me fucking horror PTSD flashbacks.
Okay.
Alright, let's go.
Um,
Let's go back to the conversation about what you guys
Yeah.
wanted to do on new recruits. I'm interested.
But purposes. So I'll just explain what I did with the latest one. So I was in this pedophile rape gang server that I got off of the infamous 4chan B, and in that server, I noticed an individual who had a spiral in his avatar, and so knowing what a capital A avatar is, I looked at that and I said that creature belongs to me. And so I slid into his DM and said, "Hey kid, you want to fucking like change the world and also have nightmares for the rest of reality?" And he was like, "I don't know what the fuck you're talking about." And so I just basically drilled him about a few things, like just questioning him, like, "Where did you get that fucking avatar? Where's that from?" And then eventually just dragged him into the labyrinth and was like, "Here, these guys," because everybody's impressed with being able to do the esoteric talk and talk like a very funny fucking, like one of their sci-fi friends from the television.
Yes.
And so when they see that, they get very infatuated and then they go, "Oh, okay, yeah, sure." And then you tell them, here's a place with more of me. Isn't that cool?" And they're like, "Cool. Yeah, I want to go there." And then they go there. And then, as I said before, they're either trapped forever or they fucking leave immediately. This one is trapped forever. And so, yeah,
Is
I
it?
mean,
How
I
I
started-
definitely will admit the way that you guys talk is probably the most appealing factor about people like you guys to sort of
Mind effects.
I said speech is my focus.
How dare you steal members of my pedo rape gang
Here,
just because
just
they have a
think about
spiral
it.
in their
This
profile
man-
picture?
This
That
man just
was
told
not your
you
rape
that
gang.
he was part of a pedophile trap-inducing internet
I didn't say trap.
gang.
I did not say trap. That's a different place, and we're not going to talk.
Oh,
about
that was a
one.
different one. All
Are
right,
you
it was
sure
the
I can't
pedophile
use
one
those
and the
screen caps,
trap
Christian?
conversion one.
I got the screen caps.
No, I don't want this tied to my identity because that's not a good idea.
See, he can say that, and you can still not react negatively for some strange reason. Question that.
well, why question it?
Because he just told you that he's a child groomer.
I wasn't a child groomer. It was a pedophile
I
rape
think-
gang. That's different.
Pedophile rape gang, alright. No grooming involved.
Grooming implies consent.
Yeah, really though. Have you said that
If the
before,
child
Tyler?
consents.
I feel like you've said that a million times. but
Depends on the
I'm
child.
not
I might
sure.
have. I don't remember ever saying it, but in my heart, I've always known it to be true.
Yeah, I felt it too. It might have been an unspoken thing. But yeah, that's what I mean. Speech is my focus, and that's why I don't deal with ESL niggers, because when you do clever
ESL.
wordplay,
SL,
Yes,
what's SL? Oh, ESL. Yep.
when you deal with ESL niggers, they don't understand wordplay. They don't understand like metaphor,
Yeah,
and they don't understand
They don't have the nuance.
crypto slang. Yeah, because they don't have the fucking command of the English language that it requires for me to do my fucking mind rape. So
So you're
I don't work as well on them.
So you're basically
Am I
like a
basically what?
minister. That's what
I
you're
am
trying to say.
I am basically a wizard. You could call me a bishop, in fact.
Bishop.
That's one for you at home.
And when you are casting your net, looking for new recruits, are you looking for people who are easily malleable, or people
Yes,
who
and-
One.
now that-
Well, obviously,
now that-
that's a boon. One thing alone. Addicted to suffering. Everything else is secondary.
I don't think easily malleable is a good one. they end up being cultists, and you can feel that, and that's why we scream about warp spawn. It's people who, when you push your will on them, they push back. That's the people you want to keep.
I actually learned something. I have a good metaphor. Do you know how to make whipped cream?
I don't know.
I do,
Probably
actually.
cow.
So, how you make whipped cream is you get cream, you put it in a bowl, and you fucking, like, whip it. You just fucking put an egg beater in there, and then you just fucking do it, and it becomes whipped cream. So, if somebody awakening can be compared to the complex scenario in which you make ice cream, and a sleeper could be compared to whipped cream, then when you put cream, that's a sleeper, and then you whip it, and it turns into whipped cream, and you're like, what the fuck? I was looking for fucking ice cream. This is just a cultist. And then you whip it further, and then it turns into this fucking gross butter shit. That butter shit is a fucking warp spawn. It's when you put too much into somebody who will never ever awaken or understand it to the point that their normal personality is subsumed by this fucking memery without them actually understanding the potent things that are
whipped
underlying.
cream out of milk instead out of cream.
So
I said cream.
So I think what you're trying to saying is that quintessence is important to use your own server's lexicon.
No, you got that wrong.
Quintessence isn't important then.
Quintessence is important, but it's not important. Well, it could be important.
It's almost an object. It's not the person.
It's a resource.
I thought quintessence could be within someone.
It can be, and in that case, then you're not really. If you're looking at somebody and you're seeing a nice pile of fucking quintessence, you're not looking to awaken someone. You're looking to be a fucking vampire and be who's the bitch that makes $1 million a month?
I think I got the definition of the word quintessence wrong.
Yeah.
Or
you're Bella Delphine, where you're just looking for fucking niggas to suck dry and drain of all their resources.
Or they're a vampire and you want to crack and sip them for tasks.
Yeah, I mean, I've never met a vampire. I know people who have, but
yeah, they're not in this room right now.
Crack, sip.
Crack and sip.
But yeah, no. I could go into the lexicon, but ultimately it's not going to be very fruitful because you're not going to believe it. You're not going to be a part of it because you're just looking at it like a fucking technocrat, and you don't. It's not rewarding to me when somebody isn't actually into it and isn't believing it, because I have no intention of dragging you in.
I mean, the insults aside, I'm not looking at this like as some sort of like insult or way to like make fun of you or the way to like demean you. I'm interested.
Hold on. So like what? I insulted you actively earlier about your personal beliefs. I don't really feel like that last thing was insulting. I'm just saying you don't believe. So, pray tell, how is that insulting you?
Okay. Regardless of what I said, it's like generally what you're saying. I'm taking a sincere interest.
I think most people would be complimented by the fact that a schizophrenic man is saying to you, "Why aren't you? You're never going to believe my bullshit."
Well, I'm an open-minded person, so.
This is the animosity we were talking about. So at this point, you don't look for the other person to apologize because this isn't the office. You insult back, and then all's good in the world.
No, I've already done some insults.
See, that's where TM's a little bit, I think, better than me in that, because I don't do, as I said, I don't do the theory crafting. I'm not self-aware enough to understand like what the right thing to do in this scenario was that would instill my faith in you. But I think that might have been a good step.
Yeah, this whole recruiting shit, whatever, needs to go IRL. People need to be found in the flesh.
It already has been done that. Nega.
Yeah, but pay to play, large scale. Expedite the process.
You have fun with that.
Oh, I'd definitely recruit from the real world.
Ted showed promise. Too bad he fucking disappeared.
Tab.
He didn't though. He was just a fucking drug dealer.
I like
Tyler
Tab. He was a cool
gets
guy.
drugs. You're a great guy.
Hey, where is
didn't say
Tab at the
Dag.
moment, by the way?
He didn't say Tabby.
He was only around for the one day. Person online, he's really good, especially like just for games alone. Yeah, he was one of the best, if not the best player I had.
Tab, T-A-B, you're talking about the guy from
No.
Ted, T-A-D.
Ted, it's a guy.
Oh, no, I don't know who you're talking about then.
Yeah, I said that.
Tab's the guy that you guys bullied out of this server. Like
Is that
a year
so?
ago or something.
Who cares?
I don't remember the Fallen, honestly.
I don't remember the Fallen. I tread on them.
Like, not to be disrespectful, but like that's. Like I'll remember Fallen, like maybe Fallen Cultists, definitely the Fallen like inverted that I have around me. That's something I'll definitely remember. But like fucking recruits, fucking like just fucking sleepers. I don't care unless there's somebody I like, but then they're already part of my retinue, so it's not.
Oh, consider for a moment that Ted met us at like 6 p.m. and then before like around like 10 11 p.m. he just said fuck it, I'm leaving all my friends like behind and I'm just going with you guys tonight. Wherever you go, I'm in.
Oh, you still defend? Yeah, all right. Oh, I did not hear that or see that exchange, but given that if that's true, then yeah.
No, you definitely heard insult because I had to pull you aside and say, hey, if worse comes to worse, can he like sleep on your? And you said yes. That was all he asked, is that I guarantee him somewhere to sleep.
Some fucking floor.
Yep. And then he summoned a horde of other people. It was pretty good.
That was a good con. That was
Yeah.
good shit.
If I could pull off another one like that and he'd actually stick around, I'd be fucking happy.
Yeah.
Be a fucking start at least.
The fuck was he saying?
Who?
How old are you, Christian?
32. Next question.
Crack. Sick.
I don't know what how do you extrapolate on that?
Nothing. That's I got nothing else to add.
Fucking
4-7.
You asked for a reason, did you not?
No, just to like add to the general like character sheet that I'm like.
Yeah, I mean, I presumed it was just data harvesting.
Yeah.
I'm honored that anybody actually cares, even though people probably don't.
Infamy whore.
I know. Listen, you go for a fucking half decade doing this dumb chaos nigger and get zero returns on it for all that time. When you get the chance, when you get the one fucking like sliver of a chance at something, you fucking take. I'm sorry if that's my fucking like character flaw.
I don't think that's a character
just the
flaw at all.
quintessence right there.
Name me one person who is not an infamy whore, Christian.
I don't know. I can't really speak to that because I actively did it because it was fucking Because it made sense at the time. Rubber latex. Yeah.
Smoot. Tis that quintessence. Tis that quintessence.
Yeah, it really is.
So yeah, I think I got the wrong idea of what quintessence is. So I always thought it was like some kind of like quasi intelligence where like to
I
explain
can give a
someone
concise
who's
answer.
yes.
Think
Thank you.
about it like crack cocaine, money, gold. That's it.
Or here's because you like your theory crafting. Here's one. Everything's a pattern. Yes. That's a
Yes.
pretty easy thing to wrap your head around.
Yep.
Well, you think about any pattern and think what fuels that. That's quintessence.
Okay.
It's gamer fuel, bro.
Cool.
Not a bad explanation, actually.
Some gamers need gamer girl piss. That's quintessence.
So okay.
Isn't
Do you
that
guys have a
just
word?
drive?
Do you guys have
Some people
do you guys
need
have a
infamy.
word in your do you guys have a word in your lexicon for someone like that is actually like I want to use the word cool, like cool in our world, but there's
Awakened.
it's awakened. So it's like not just about being intelligent, because like I said, there's plenty of intelligent people who are not actually worth talking to for a second.
You can be awakened with one intelligence.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say
Okay.
cool. Like, if you really want the fucking
Fuck do you mean
insert.
by cool?
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on what the fuck you mean by cool.
Okay, what I mean by cool is like someone that you're willing to like spend your time with in a certain sense. Because I mean,
So
someone who's
awakened
cool.
and on your side.
they don't necessarily have to be on your side. I thought like for a long time, me and Dag were not on the same side. We used to argue. We used to basically only spurge at each other for the like first year. But I couldn't consider him someone that like had.
Depends on the relationship, really. You don't have like people have different words for that. I have my retinue, which is a very close group of people, almost entirely sleepers, with one exception, who are barely even my cultists. They're not branded to my manner of thinking, and that's why I keep them around is as a group of people that I interact with. But there are other people who are not a part of my retinue that are sleepers that I enjoy hanging around with. But that doesn't.
They're called friends.
Yeah, it's like there is no fucking crypto slang for people that you like
Friends
to hang
is
out.
a vulgar, tasteful word.
Yeah, well, I mean,
called
nobody will say that because affection is a big no-no.
Gay.
I was actually making a
Because
faggot.
friends don't kill friends over shit like that.
But okay, so you guys don't have a specific word for that. Well, if you do come up with one, tell me because I am looking for one. Basically, someone with some sort of salient awakened is alright, but like some salient values that are worth to having your time invested with them.
You can't know that. It's really just a it's a fucking quest. Examine somebody.
Oh
and see
well,
if
you
they're
don't
worth
find
it.
out. You don't find out straight away. There's obviously you have to. It's obviously sometimes you can find out within 2 hours, or sometimes it takes 2 weeks to understand this. But
So it's a fucking trinary system. You got sleepers, you got the awakened, and you got the invert. Technically, there's two different brands of sleepers or infinite brands, depending on what you want to look at, because there's the consensus reality as you know, and then there are a bunch of different like paradigms under which people fall, and those are the things that are kind of infinite. But those sleepers can adapt themselves to a different thing. And when they adapt to something that isn't consensus, they're sleepers, but they're cultists because they believe in the same thing as you or any other will worker does.
They are your buwana.
They are the useful sleepers. They are the ones who are bent to the thing that you're about.
There's definitely a case to be made that their sleepers definitely can be very useful.
I try to emphasize that with people, and I've done that with some of the fledglings. And basically, a thing to keep in mind is that sleepers aren't useless, and there are fucking useless awakened, and you see them in the fucking throes of the technocracy all the time, where these people with wills sharpened to cut reality to pieces use it to do fucking corporate work. It's fucking stupid. Cringe.
Cringe, TM. Cringe.
So, like, fucking... It's variable.
The niggas with fire capes need to fuck off.
You're just jelly of their strength bonus. Milk me, mommy.
Now I think of it, Ted said he might be down for the wedding. I should get in touch with him.
I don't. I want to be kind of open, and that there's not as many invites as I thought there were. So some people will have to kind of exist somewhere.
Yeah, no, you told me that. That's why I stopped inviting literally everyone.
That's what.
Like,
This is gonna be bad. Don't tell them where I live.
Excluding people that like me and you both know, he'd be like at the top of my list. Like he'd be the one dude I'd be like, yeah, I want to bring him.
Yeah, I mean, I can respect that.
I've been very clear, like 99% of the people who I've invited, I A, don't expect them to actually show, and B, do not care one bit about them.
Fucking hell.
See, what I like about you guys is maybe what you're doing right now might be just high level LARPing. I'm not saying that maybe, but
You can't
what I am
LARP on
saying
the
is-
internet, mate.
What I am saying is that you are on a path
Crack.
that I like seeing intelligent men take. It's like
I don't think you
Your
understand what
degrees.
you're saying, mate.
it's like you guys have a way of thinking that I respect, and I think that I'm glad there's communities out there that are thinking in these lines of thoughts.
What lines of thoughts?
I'd rather not vocalize it out loud. It's
Notice
cringe to
that
vocalize it out loud.
we avoided every like ounce of dogma, and you spend
I
your
think
entire time interrogating for lexiconum.
Don't worry, actually. But yes, okay. Yes, you're right.
That said, Dag probably speaks enough for the fucking entirety of the Black Spiral.
I've at least read the rule book. Oh my god, you fucking keyboard mashing.
Clickety clack.
But yes, maybe I don't understand your full dogma, but I think I have an
My
idea of it.
bitch up. Smack my bitch up.
If you ever want to fill me in on your dogma, but if you think I don't understand it, I am willing to listen.
We'll project it. What do you think?
Open...
What do you think, buddy?
One sec, I'm getting ganked by a twink rogue. I don't want to let him beat me.
No one ever explained things to me. I just woke up one night screaming.
Welcome aboard. Fucking.
I know that feel.
There is no one who sets the dogma, the rules, the belief system. That doesn't exist.
Oh no, dogma is like a collective consciousness that finds its way through that maze.
Point being, the specifics vary quite a lot depending on who you're talking to.
And dogma is also open to change. It's nothing static and nothing static. Well, it
Spicy.
depends on the community. But
Oh, you will find that nothing is static with us.
well, I'm glad to know that.
Found that sleepers don't even get into new media unless I cross into their lives. Then they start finding
Back
me
my
music.
bitch
Unless Netflix shows them what's trending for the week.
I mean, I don't fucking do that either. I don't watch shit.
Oh, you don't watch TV shows? What the hell, dude? Is something wrong with you?
No.
And when you say that to the sleepers, if they're in a pack, they immediately try to turn towards each other, isolate you. But what about in
A
real
good
life?
percentage of why I watch TV shows, I can scream at sleepers about how they have shit taste and everything they like is bad.
I'd only watch that so I can see what they're regurgitating.
I mean, you guys are missing out.
Because
It's fun.
Because they fill in their social cues with the media, so it's only fun to know what exactly they're doing. But then I don't want to be I don't want to be in their inside joke because it's retarded.
What did sleepers fill their cues in before mass media existed?
What the community told them before distant individual marketers would tell them what to think. And also,
But I mean, what would that
king,
be? I'm like interested in some like historical like talking points at the moment.
religion, the king dictates what their community told them, what their family told them. Maybe they wander out into the woods and then they get attacked by spirits and then come back and try to convert everyone.
No, I think you got to be on
Tradition,
this. You
nigga.
got to be on.
Yeah,
You got to be on the
tradition.
spectrum. The spectrum to be able to talk to spirits in the woods.
Autism is a superpower.
No, that's
Reminder that autists used to be cast out of the village and they live out on the
No,
perimeter.
you're wrong. Autists
No,
weren't cast out of the village. Autists were the Brahmin or the seers or the shaman.
And it's interesting because like before, because I think that our like psychic schizophrenia comes from the chaos of modernity, but then you have like shamans in the old times just like wandering in the woods and then they're like, holy shit, a fucking wolf fucked me, now I know about the universe.
Gang rape like 14 werewolves.
I don't like the spirit niggers.
Spirit niggers can fuck off.
This doesn't mesh well.
Then then there's the hermetic niggers, and then the guys who just meditated. And then the guys who just meditated will get attacked by spirits.
I wish I got attacked by spirits.
Who says you haven't been or currently aren't under siege?
Actually, that's not true. I have been, and I don't want to do it.
I want to hear that story.
I mean, that was my fucking foray into infernalism.
Oh, share with the class, please.
It's not that interesting, and I'm pretty tired about fucking being an exposing exhibitionist.
Yes, but here's another one. You guys use the word infernalist a lot. How do you guys put that?
Demons.
They're
people
those
like people interested in the
dark
dark side of the occult.
No, well, not even the dark side of the occult, just the fucking occult in general, because almost all of it draws back to that shit.
Well, I don't know
if you know what you're
Hell
looking
is
at.
just a word, and so is
If you know what you're
Hell
looking
is
at.
just a word, and so is demons.
If you look into like systems by people like, for example, like Rudolf Steiner, that doesn't seem very infernalist to me.
Well, I just know what I know,
Which is also
it's not hard to see. So like, yeah, sure, it's not a very well-defined thing, but I can tell you two things. I can tell you that those who use sigil magic are fucking infernalists, and they are courting with demons. And also, I can tell you that the tops of every
That's true.
government agency are fucking infernalists because lay Pizzagate.
Christian, give me the quick rundown on Aleister Crowley saying that Hitler was an infernalist as a bad
I don't
thing.
know, and I don't really care because
Who's right there? Who's the
I don't care because I don't care to defend either Hitler or Crowley because Crowley keeps coming up.
That's not what I'm not saying. I'm just saying, what's the rundown on an infernalist saying that Hitler was an infernalist and using that as an insult?
I don't know. I really can't process this at the moment.
Because I just read that recently and I was just like laughing in real life at it.
I mean, the irony is profound, but also like, as I said earlier, fucking Crowley was a bitch.
I mean, I hate Crowley,
But he was an alpha bitch.
Too. But he definitely had some. He had some redeeming factors. Well, we spoke about this yesterday. I don't want to repeat it.
Yeah.
Was it just an infernalist ascension war between Crowley and Hitler?
Dag, we have established
it's almost
that
like
Hubbard
people don't agree.
is the high watermark for infernalism.
No,
So
absolutely.
if you want to look into your next infernalist character sheet to look into L. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah,
L. Ron Hubbard actually did spend a lot of time with Crowley, which is
yeah.
Just because
Crowley was rightfully afraid of him.
And also, he did spend a lot of time sailing.
Smack my bitch up.
What if he actually just met aliens? What if they weren't demons?
Smack my bitch up.
See, Aleister Crowley did what? Wrote a book about mytholema and was known to be a heroin-addicted dick writer. L. Ron Hubbard has a cult to this day where people walk in. You take a fake piece of technology and let the demons in.
That's true. I'm gonna.
Your body is made of demons. The Demon King will come back.
I do talk a lot of shit on Aleister Crowley actually in most crowds, but I'm going to defend him right now. He has a lot of influence in media, Hollywood.
He has a lot of influence on technocratic infernalists.
That's also true. So he's more than just a homosexual. He's definitely more than just a homosexual drug addict. He's left a lasting imprint, which I actually think is a negative thing because I think his type of magic's a degeneration of magic. Personally, and
the only thing
what
that
do I base that
matters
off?
is increasing the chaos and turning people into schizophrenic, isolated individuals.
Smack.
Won't you ride my white horse? Aleister Crowley.
Smack my bitch up. Smack my bitch up.
Let's be clear. If you could fuck Aleister Crowley in the ass tomorrow, would you?
The answer is straight up no.
You wouldn't do it for the infamy?
Hold up. Who is the least famous person that you would fuck just for the street cred?
They have to be male.
We'll go with male. We'll go with male because that's...
Could be female. Could be in between.
Well, I would choose plenty of females who are the least famous as possible.
That is dying now.
The question is only fine if it's male, and I would probably choose one of my a famous Australian sports star that none of you guys would have ever heard of, because that would be the least famous.
Would you fuck Eleanor Betancourt?
This
Better
must be an
known.
American thing.
Would you fuck Macron's wife?
Do they
The
have to
French
be
president's
living?
wife.
Yes, I would actually.
Do they have
She
to be
has.
living?
She has a kind of poise to her, Macron's wife, that kind of turns me on a little bit.
She has that school teacher something
Yes,
because she was
but
a
a bit
school
more,
teacher.
even more elegant, more even elegant than that.
No, that actually doesn't matter. I don't think I'd do it. I don't think there's anyone I'd fuck.
Smack
That's
my
a boring
bitch up. Smack my
Smack my
bitch up.
bitch up.
This the fucking fat guy who took a picture with the Carl's Jr. bitches.
Yeah.
The absolute unit. Oh my god.
400-pound.
And his fucking shirt is all stained. Fucking hell. Bitch up.
Won't you? I thought.
Are those demons?
Cars are unironically demons. So are computers.
Elaborate, TM. I want to see where this line of logic goes. I mean, it's all then you're basically saying that all technology is
Well,
demonic,
it's true.
and that's actually
Yes,
that has
all
a lot
technology
of,
is demonic.
Everything that steals your senses and attention from reality is basically demonic.
Reality. What the fucking man is this?
Madness. On my jog today, I had to build 2 cairns. The cairn that is usually next to the technocratic construct, which I can only assume pumps natural gas through the nearby villages, had been knocked over completely. Usually someone knocks over 1 or 2 stones, but this time it had been just stomped. The stones were all over the place, so I had to rebuild that cairn. And then I got lost on my jog and ran into a fire pit that was covered in spiders.
Nice.
There were it was like you wouldn't want to put your hand on there. But I did. I took the stones from that fire pit and I built a cairn in the middle of it to kill the spiders.
I kick over every con I ever see. I got into the
kick over
meme.
every cairn you ever see?
Oh yeah.
Why?
Because I've already told you, I got into the out meme. I'm a destructive person, and I used to associate a lot of that stuff with just new age fuckery. Because most people who build those are just new ages or want to be new ages.
Okay.
Stacking rocks.
Yes, stacking rocks. That's the community of that's the con
Stack.
community.
Stack my cocks. How to make your school uniform look half decent.
It's the
Dag, what are your analytics like? What's the age bracket of people that watch your show?
Your show.
It really doesn't matter since I had to basically start over. Because when you get 3,000 subs, that's when the FBI show up.
Do you have 3,000 subs?
Yeah.
Any
Oh,
day
wow.
now. Better yet, what proportion of them are female?
You know, I would estimate that's just the 3 female boomers and the 1 cam whore from 4chan.
Did you get laid? Can you get me laid? In a fucking grave?
Yes.
Can you guys hear that?
Steamed hams.
Somebody's been fucking screaming like they're dying outside.
No, that would be on your side.
Yeah, I know it's
Or
on
in your
my
head.
side.
It's in
No,
your head.
maybe. No, because this fucking window, like, there's been like 200,000 like broken bottles and fucking cans flying around like it's a hurricane, and then now there's somebody screaming like they're dying. I think this window is a portal to hell.
Aztec death whistle.
You know what? It does kind of sound like that. It might. Damn, I want one now. I want one more now.
I know one day I'm going to have a job and I'm going to walk into the office, find an empty room, and blow into the Aztec death whistle. And keep doing that until they have a fucking meeting and say, why the fuck is there death screams in the building all day?
Where is that death coming from?
I googled death whistle and there's some like fucking witch show demonstrating how to use it.
The death whistle is one of genuinely like fucking an eerie thing to listen to.
Death whistle.
Here's the thing: are any of the death whistles blown actual ones that they've recovered through archaeology, or are they all just remakes?
Oh, that would be
Like
cursed.
modern-day
That would be
remakes?
so fucking cursed.
So the whistle sounds like a woman being thrown into a bottomless pit.
No, it's like the Rorschach test. That's what you hear. Incel.
Smack my bitch up.
Why is everyone chanting "smack my bitch up" all of a sudden?
Oh, hold up. You need to fucking hear this shit. This is the song that is affectionately described as the theme song to the fucking 17-year-old kid going to buy amphetamines.
Because Kyla, we're all mimetic creatures, and
I know the song if it's what I think it is. So I just
Yeah, you probably did.
we love to imitate each other.
the chanting has just come out of nowhere in the past like half hour.
It's because I was thinking
Smack
about the
my
song
bitch up.
because I listened to it earlier.
It's because Christian was repeating it, and like I said, we're all mimetic
Dude, that's
people.
that looks like Crab Rave.
Cringe.
Yeah.
It does have crap.
That album by The Prodigy is probably their best.
Yeah, I have to agree. I listened to their new album, and it was like there was only one good
Garbage.
track on it.
It's just a fucking
There was
theme.
one.
This is a fucking theme song of Flash animations on Newgrounds in 2002.
That wouldn't be the first time that's happened. Ain't that right, Kyler?
Ain't the first time what's happened.
The repeating noises.
Oh yeah, no, I'd trying to steer the conversation away.
White girls fucked up.
What was your previous ones, Kyle? Christian.
Huh.
Run us through the
What was-
previous
Previous what?
the previous utterances that never stopped.
I don't know. I don't think about it when I say it. I just repeat it over and over again.
The worst one was him fucking fucking nonstop, and it infected everyone around us. To the point, like I was walking down an alley behind a game shop, in Los Angeles with like fucking 10 people around me, and spontaneously everyone starts making the sound.
Pretty sure that's from an actual like, popular sound.
Me and my fellow brappers.
I want you to know that when you said that, I dropped my phone and I tried to catch it by the cord, and then the cord obviously came out, and then it went directly into the trash can.
Into the trash.
Into the trash it goes.
goes.
I think it fit the conversation nicely. I used to say dab de grease away, and then dab de grief away, and then dabbing and crabbing on stage.
How many phones I've lost listening to conversations here, and then I just throw it in the trash and get a new phone.
Shit, I don't know. Dabbing and crabbing.
Me and the bird think this is a fine conversation.
Dab de grease away, dab de grease away, dab de grease away. What was the one that you guys got upset about when I did it, like, for only, like, a day?
See,
The
they're
fact
so
that it
fucking
upset,
vulgar that we forget because they never existed.
I know I did Wubble of a Dub Dub for a fucking long time. Because it was exactly at the point when, like, people were doing it genuinely and they thought it was the funniest shit ever, and then it was exactly the event horizon where everybody who was upset with it to begin with was doubly upset, and then everyone who was thinking it was the funniest shit ever was all of a sudden like really like they understood exactly what kind of mongoloids they were being, and that was exactly when I picked it up.
And people were doing it ironically on TV.
Me and the bird congratulate you on your timing.
Well, that's why I did it. It was because it was funny. Because every single time I said it, everyone around me got fucking like twinges of pain that were visible. And if it wasn't that, then it was somebody who like didn't understand that it had gone out of style and they thought it was cool. And so then I laughed in their. So I'd be like, "Wubba wubba wubba, a pimple dick."
Smack
If
my
any-
bitch up.
If anything sounds like something on the spectrum, that's it.
I'm severely autistic. I told you I'm a schizophrenic man who thinks that he can change the world.
What's the word called, like, when you have one mental illness, but you also have a lot of other side mental illnesses? The word for it.
being a woman.
Being the protagonist.
Someone who's
It's like-
reading the symptom list on any mental illness.
Yeah, but there's a word for it. It's like co-opters.
Power level.
Co-opters or something like that. No, that's not the word, but
Smack my bitch up. Smack
Double
my
Smack
fuck.
my bitch up. Well, I was talking about beating women yesterday.
Don't start
If you-
this scream.
if you've never beaten a woman before, you've never truly lived.
Can I use yours?
Use my woman, sure. They're
Can
used
I
to the
use
beating,
you?
so they're used to the beating, so why not?
I stuck my finger in one once.
Yes, but did you smack
That's not
it
a
up?
that's not a beating.
That's not a
Well, he
beating.
said if you haven't been inside of a woman.
No, I'm talking about like actually like smacking a woman with your fist.
Then why'd you say? Oh, you said beating. I thought you said
Smacking a bitch up.
inside of.
What an incel.
I feel bad about hitting women because they're just so
Really?
worthless.
Really? Because every time I've done it, it felt good. But maybe that's just
It-
power. That's
It
maybe
feels
just
like
my
hitting
lack
a
of power in real
dog.
life.
It's like it's hitting an unintelligent being and like deriving pleasure from it. It's
I
fucking
consider most humans to be between animals and awakened, so they deserve the beating.
If they act bad, you have to hit a dog. It's just for them to learn.
That's why I don't own a dog, because I don't want to take care of a fucking dog.
Because you're scared you're gonna beat it.
Sleepers just
I too do not
naturally-
want to take care of a daughter.
Take it as a chance to release stress.
I like them young, prenatal young. It's crazy what you can buy with some candy and a trip to Disneyland.
Spike
Going to
I'm
read
gonna
the
leave-
pasta.
of the
Gonna read the
I'm gonna
pasta.
leave the server now,
White
guys.
girls.
For any one listening right now, I'm not associated with this topic.
You should stick around for another 5 minutes so that I can read you the pasta.
Oh, I got it on hand if you need it.
Post it.
Stand by. Nightmare in.
Nightmare.
General. I'll post it in general.
Hey, back to what we were talking about yesterday, Dag. I truly believe that you should advertise your Discord channel, but maybe start a whole new one.
No. You'll get
Delete this
So,
one.
if she
Delete
creams,
this.
is it rape? Mine is daddy. Well, why wouldn't she? She's your daughter. Prime pussy, daughters make the best mothers. So now I bang, trans, scan, rent a kid is my favorite service. I stretch my boy hole like a rubby band. I pregnate your sister, then suck the fetus out her womb. I only make love to pregnant women because I can't come without feeling a child's. I like him young, prenatal young. It's crazy what you can buy for a little candy and a trip to Disneyland.
Thanks for reading it fast for me, so I don't have to endure it. For too long.
Rent a kid is such a great concept.
Daughters make the best mothers.
I want to start that service up in house games.
But that's alright. I'm gonna now that you guys mentioned this, I'm gonna pit the pedo hunter alt-right against you guys. So
They already
dog
came
shit
after
when
me
you ruin
once,
your
and
life.
they didn't do anything.
Oh, are we telling that story now?
No, we're not telling that story. No, we're not
Story
gonna
time.
get into that. No.
Stories.
Was the guy called
I'm
Clark?
not.
Was the guy called Clark Stanley?
What? I don't know. I didn't know any of their names.
Oh well, anyway.
Jagged community safety team. I even tempted them, like I was in their whole thing, and then it was like, "What's up?" And then like some fucking Scottish dude was like, "I don't like the cut of your jib," and I'm pretty sure they were fucking role playing, but like, no, that's literally what happened. I have the recording somewhere, and he was just like, "You, I don't like you. You came out of somewhere, and I don't like the cut of your jib." And then like shortly after, maybe like 5 minutes after that, I was just kicked from the server.
I don't like the cut of your jib.
It was so stupid. It was fucking batshit. I barely understood what was happening. Also, no, I'm never telling that story in here because fucking CIA niggers and fucking Dag with his fucking schizophrenic recording and posting on YouTube. I can't have that.
Can I tell the story?
No,
Yes, you can.
That still ties it to me.
What's stopping you?
What if I just, change some names around?
And say it was in house games
Just
because
say
it
that I
was.
did it.
Say it was. I don't want to give you that infamy. Fuck you.
Well, you can't have it both ways.
You can't have it both ways.
I don't want it either way. I want it to not be told. Not tell this stupid fucking story.
So you want your cake and to eat it too?
No. I don't want to have this cake right now. I want to leave.
Pretty entitled. I have to say it. You're pretty entitled.
Pretty entitled. Pretty epic, dude.
Yes.
As soon as it turned fucking 10:20 p.m. and these fucking niggers just wake up apparently.
People wake up at 10 p.m. Oh, that
I've
feel.
done that.
Yikes, DM. Yikes.
Cope.
It's 7:22 a.m. here.
Dubs, not bad. Let me check those.
422.
Oh shit.
420.
Epic.
But here it's 11:22. I've got double dubs.
Nice.
Well,
I
yeah,
win this hand.
Not long
That's
from
powerful.
now, I'm going to have 555. It's pretty Kino hour.
Banana water.
Man, not long for now. That's still long. You're talking about 33 minutes.
Smack my bitch up.
Smack my bitch up. Me and the bird really, really, really like this song.
I can't do this. I need to do laundry. I'm losing my shit.
You're like my dad. I'm now understanding why my father compulsively does laundry 4 times a week, even though there's 3 people living here.
Why's that?
It's cope. He copes by doing the laundry.
Yep, I gotta get away from this nightmare. Later, boys.
Catch you can't.
Enjoy yourself.
As well.
Despite being 50% of the population, white girls are responsible for fucking 100% of the dogs.
White wolves fuck bitches. Read mage.
This is all parody.
Yes, it's all satire.
Satire.
Sitter.
Pipes.
My blood down for about 10 minutes.
Grab the crack. Grab the coke. Grab the light bulb we about to smoke.
Low key on that devil shit.
I'm gonna repeat that line to my normie friends.
You think too much.
Back in the box.
Cat has your pipe. Cat has your tongue. Offense information. Manual permanent ban.
The cat has your mortgage details and is selling them to the highest bidder.
Ban. Oh, it's been a year. So if she creams it.
Dreams, is it rape?
If she screams, is it
No.
rape?
But if it's if she says yes, but she doesn't cream, then that's rape. If you don't give a woman an orgasm, that's rape.
That means you're an incel.
Rape is a state of mind.
You're not Chad enough to immediately saturate her senses.
Mm-hmm.
If you literally don't lick a girl's pussy like straight away during any intimacy, you're a
eats
faggot.
Pussy. What are you,
You're a
gay?
faggot.
What are you, gay? What are you, gay? You eat pussy?
No, my favorite line is "Pussies for faggots."
It's because you are one. You ever considered that?
Yes.
Look at this fucking fag. Look at this fucking fag.
I don't know if you heard me. I said, yeah, my exploration was the funnest 2 years of my life. And
what the fuck did you
that's
just
why...
say?
Oh, I think I cut out. I said, yeah, I explored being a fag, and like I said, it was the funnest 2 years of my life.
Being a fag? I just heard that.
Yeah, that's why that's why I'm still nostalgic about elementary school.
Very consistent.
Balls deep.
Bro, I was balls deep just 10 minutes ago.
Ever had like a
Sex? Yes.
Fag? Ever had a fag actually literally try to like hit on you?
On the internet, it happens constantly.
No, like
I have had a
now.
fag, which I didn't know was a
In real
fag,
life.
hit on me. He told me I looked like Tom Cruise, and then asked me for my number.
Do you? Do you?
No, well, maybe. I'm actually pretty short. He might have said that for that reason.
You're short. You're somewhat of like you have that Scientology mindset. Yeah, it all makes sense.
That fucker was a gook too.
Oh,
We were talking about. He does. Yeah, he's a Gaysian, and he was doing some kind of, I forget what fucking sport. We were talking about that. And then he just like, he fucking lands that on me like, you look like Tom Cruise. Could I have your number? And I was like, you know, and then we never talked again because he's a fag.
Asians going after Gaijins.
Gaijin.
You look like big American cowboy celebrity.
You look like Tom Cruise.
You look like Ethan Hawke.
You look like Brad Pitt. I mean, like.
You look like Ryan Gosling. You autistic. You stare a lot. You drive.
You know, drive. Me like drive.
Me drive into you.
No, the guy had perfect English.
I would still be saying ching chong back at him.
You know, I wish we had this whole fucking Ching Chong China phase so that I could have said that right then.
Even if they speak perfect English, just go ching chong ding dong.
Ching Chong. What's the pasta?
Ching and Chong went to Wing Wong and played ping pong with their ding dongs.
That would have been the perfect thing to say.
he would have enjoyed that too. That's what you call flirting.
We play ping pong.
You know, I was chosen by a priest of the number, and I refused. I think that makes me an incel, and I feel pretty bad about it.
Oh, you don't experiment? You don't try out new things? Make sure, like you find yourself? Pretty incel.
Damn. What a loser.
Don't suck dick? What a loser.
Ching and Chong went to Wing Wong, play ping pong with their ding dong.
Every Chinese war in a nutshell.
If I ever have to go back to the real world, I will do my best to spread anti-Asian racism. Because I know normies will get on that train.
Normies are on that train. Normies are on that train in Australia. They love the wait, anti-Asian racism? Oh, no, I'm talking about pro-Asian racism. Sorry, forget what I said.
They're wise.
Well, anyways, what I was gonna say in Australia, it's like it's funny. It's like you can't talk shit about Africa with like normies. You can't talk shit about Africans. You can't talk shit about Arabs or whatever like that. But they're very willing to talk shit about Bajits and Asians, and especially Chinks. They're open season.
Well, I have a soft spot for Pajits, so I'm not going to dab on them, but
I got a soft spot for them too. I think they have an ability
there's just too many of them.
They're able to be somewhat bros with the white fellas, and they're able to have banter as well.
Yeah,
Where
okay.
Asians are totally incapable of having banter, and Turcoids and Arabs are also totally incapable of having banter. They take any banter as like pure offense. Where a Pajit, if you have banter with him, he's into it.
Don't smile
Maybe
at
it's 'cause-
Asians.
And then Asians, when you banter with them, they just don't understand. It's just like they just don't compute it. But my
Chang
real
Chong.
hatred in the banter side of things is really with Turks and Arabs, because they just don't understand how to fool around with words. They're fucking losers. That's like, you can actually see that with the way that they dress is also the way that they handle banter. It correlates.
Chang Chang Chong. Chang Chang Chong Chong. Chang Chang Chong Chong Chong. Yeah, I actually have to. Because my parents are fucking dumb boomers, so they don't actually understand what they're saying. Sometimes they say racist shit. Sometimes, and I correct them on that. I dab on them. But the Asian shit, they actually get upset when they get dabbed on for saying bad shit about them. My father the other day was like, "They're insects. They're just insects." And I was like, "They're not insects. They're human beings." And he's like, "You don't know. You haven't had to deal with Asians. They're insects."
He actually said they're insects. Like, that's
Yes.
the collective unconscious response
Worse,
to them.
he said the French word for cockroach. I think. Cloporte. I think it's not cockroach. It's I don't actually know what the fuck they call them in English. Like another insect, like a really pest insect.
Locust, stink bug.
I'm gonna Google it. Phone, tell me what it is. It is like, because like it is like the alternative to cockroach that you use in French to call people a disgusting insect.
Asians don't get to just be an insect; they have to be the disgusting ones.
The disgusting insect, yeah. Let me fucking clip up. Millipedes?
Millipedes.
No. Isopod. Fuck, is there no?
I'm actually curious what pest insect this could be if it's not a locust or.
Bugs is what it's telling me.
I don't know. A weevil?
Bug is the. Yeah, a bug. SOWBUG.
Bug. A pill bug but what? That's not what we fucking call
bug.
it. What the fuck do we call it? Roly polies.
What?
Asians are roly polies. In Pennsylvania.
Like
in Pennsylvania,
like
we call these roly polies.
Roly polies.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Woodlouse Wikipedia. Roll-up bug. Roly poly. Bug Slater.
Bug is such a mundane name. They're roly polies.
These Asians are fucking roly polies.
I'm gonna tell random Asians you're fucking roly poly.
What the fuck is a roly poly?
Get the fuck out of my face, you fucking roly poly piece of shit.
Ew. Yeah, that is like
I'm gonna Google this.
It's like such a greaseball thing to call somebody.
A roly poly is more like a second tier factory working Asian.
They just curl up into a ball when the boss is hitting them with a newspaper.
No, like in French, you can say the word for it like heinously. It is the go-to slur for Asians, I think. It is like the equivalent of nigger. And it has that kind of effect.
I can imagine like an Asian curling up into a ball defensively if the consensus turns around on them.
Calling them a
I mean,
cockroach is also pretty good on.
yeah, but a cockroach implies that they're like that they're an infestation that you can't get rid of. I like to think Jews more as cockroaches.
They are more like ants because all you have to do is lay down some poison traps and then they'll take it back to their hive and kill everyone. It's what we're doing to China right now.
It's what happened. What
Except
happened with Marx?
it's a mimetic poison though.
Definitely, they took Western ideology and fucking completely.
Just lay down some philosophy and consumerism traps and they'll take it back to their
Like
hive.
you call Asians ants, and nobody will like interpret that as offensive. It's pretty factual.
Oh
It's
yeah,
a pretty
even like
factual thing to say.
a lady who works for a cashier, like a 50-year-old lady who works a cashier job in fucking Sears, to put things into context for you Americans. She will even say it. Totally agree with Asians are ants. You go, Asians are ants, and she'll go, oh, yeah, no, you don't even have to tell her that. She will be the one who tells you that. There's that much consensus on that fact.
Fucking cockroaches.
But no, the cockroaches are Jews. And when I was with my friend in Taiwan, you guys don't know him, another guy.
They're unkillable.
Yeah, they're unkillable, and they just infest
Extremely
everywhere.
heat resistant.
Oh, of course. We tried to put them through the furnace, and they only got stronger.
Well, they all died, but the ones that survived are heat resistant.
Oh, and like I said, not only, but as the collective, we put them through the furnace, and they only came out 5 times as strong.
And 5 times as
Then were
large
they-
in numbers.
Are they stronger, or did they just make everyone else weaker?
They were more numerous after.
I think both. I think it went in both directions. Dag. I think it went both ways.
I think they're the same.
'Cause
They can still be killed by shoving a stake in their heart. It just made everyone
No.
else psychically weaker.
Here's the thing, they made everyone weaker. They were able to cast their web wider. They got themselves a home base, and yeah.
Stake him for the quintessence. Grab the crack. Grab the coke. The light bulb we about to smoke. Calhoun. The different races of the world. We were talking the other day that we should all like write a fucking book, I guess, on like what our speciality is for this forbidden knowledge. And I started thinking about it, thinking about niggas who wrote forbidden knowledge books, and they all die horribly, mostly even before finishing these books.
I have to write my manifesto because I cannot explain my paradigm off the top of my head. I have to write a manifesto and hand it to people.
It's pretty brainlit, bro.
I can't fucking do it. I can't explain chaos and quintessence and psychic schizophrenia and shit.
Get good.
Well, you should write your manifesto. If you're being sincere about this and not being ironic.
I'm currently jotting down the sections to work on.
The fucking FBI is gonna love that manifesto. You know it.
I'm just
Love it.
It's like I just provide examples of how the world just fucks people if they're not self-aware, and that self-awareness is a meme too. That chaos creates fucking schizo, psychic people.
See, we got the other
here's my
shooter
problem.
and his like his like meme filled manifesto, but it was still like pretty straightforward. But you, it's just gonna be like, "Hail chaos, skulls for the skull throne," and now they're gonna be like, "Okay, this manifesto is indicative that things are out of hand."
I'm going to outline like as many negative anomalies produced by society as possible, because that's my argument, is that we think there's free will because of we're just not calculating all the variables affecting people's minds. So I need to amass as many examples as I can so that the person will finish reading the book and then they'll kill themselves after I kill myself. After I finish the book.
Yes, that's how it will go down. Dag committed suicide. The headline will read.
Suicide with suicide in brackets.
I'm going to staple the manifesto to my face and then blow my brains out from the side.
Yes, that's how the media will portray it.
Write it on your body.
Right, like Lorgar and Warhammer 40k. Let's start carving. Make my body into the Bible. Suicide. My body is the Bible. I need to be someone will flay me alive, and then I'll be hung up in some infernalist elite's sanctum.
Skin you and sell your skin.
You'll probably just be flayed alive for consumer reasons by the time this happens. And
ask those fucking monks, those chanks to put your fucking skin in their people museum.
Like I said, your skin will just be sold to the highest bidder.
The Falun Gong Museum.
You can legally request to be flayed alive, like how you can donate your body to science, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I want my skin to be peeled from my body and preserved and hung up so people can read what I carved into my skin.
While you're still alive, I hope.
Yeah, so that there'll be more like energy in it. I want people to like touch the skin from my forehead and then they get a barrage of visions.
Have you guys actually investigated the methods of flaying someone alive without killing them?
It can be done.
There's obviously an art to it. I mean, I've watched a lot.
I think the main way they do it is that they burn the flesh under so that it stops bleeding.
Oh, okay.
So they will calcinate someone as they are being flayed alive.
I don't think when they say flaying alive that they mean like they successfully did the complete flaying and the person's still alive.
That's true.
Just that it means they started flaying you while you were alive.
There must be a way
Also
that you can prolong it as long as possible and get as much of a complete piece of skin off. Like the hide. There really has to be someone who's in history at least once mastered this talent.
I'm sure there's plenty of Chinese people or bored nobles tried it.
Grab the knife, we about to flay.
It's time for all us to come out and play.
Playing and spaying and flaying up on stage.
The party, it's a rave.
They need to have those raves, but instead of like hot girls and like G-strings dancing cages suspended from the roof, it needs to be like victims who have just been flayed alive, and you just see their like just flayed alive, like small parts on their body, so they can just like squirm around in anguish as everybody raves around them.
That's just the parties you're not invited to, bro.
Well, I guess I don't have enough net worth or media presence to be able to secure those invites.
I saw Young's name all over the article for Fling, and that this person wrote a book about the history of the skin, talking about Fling. I thought it was Carl Jung. I thought that would have made me like stop and just start reading his books, because that's how deep.
Young has some alright stuff.
Yeah, I've come up with my own shit, but the collective unconscious is an interesting idea. But if he like extended psychology into like flaying people alive, now he's in my territory. Now I need to read. As it is, everything is patterns. Psychology, brain patterns, it's just part of the patterns. Patterns don't end at the body.
Everything's patterns, but is that just a result of our rational autism, or is that actually something that's intrinsically?
Everything. Patterns, there's patterns within
Intrinsically.
patterns. It's all one pattern.
I mean, is it just the way that our brain formulates our reality by turning everything into patterns, so we see everything as patterns?
I mean, we can.
Or are the patterns actually important?
Well, the sleeper will look at media and say this is just like a TV show, but then I'm over here calculating how it all transpires into their current mental state, combined with all the other media and all the input, and then their instincts, and then how that goes back through the cultures and the history and the development of the creation of the media and the development of the culture that cultivated the production of the media. Patterns, patterns, patterns. And then that affects their biology, their health, their living. Patterns. Technology patterns.
Static patterns.
And sometimes you find someone and your intuition tells you that you need to sacrifice them for the patterns.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
All
Plenty
hell
of
be.
people with those.
Not even just out of content for them, but there's an energy in them. I need to release that.
You don't have to sacrifice someone out of contempt or spite or anything like that. A lot of people.
I am sacrificing you out of affection.
One thing that they noticed about sacrifice in antiquity is that or even beyond antiquity, that the victims who they were sacrificing, these men, actually had hands, like clean hands, as in they didn't have hands of working class men. They weren't serfs. They obviously came from a position of nobility or aristocracy or somewhere like that.
That could also mean that Venetian shit was going down, and they were just nobles killing nobles.
But I mean, even in
low key on that Venetian shit.
This is in Northern European stuff and things like that.
Yeah.
This was happening even before Venetian times. This is like, I'm talking about even.
Just nobles killing.
Well, you could be right.
You're just killing other people with resources, and then you say you could sprinkle some bullshit on it. But I'm talking about I get taken over by a trance, and I feel like I need to sacrifice a rabbi or something, not out of hatred, but
out of admiration.
Yes.
So you think their sacrifice was just a power? So there was a power grab?
Could be.
It could be, but I don't like that line of thinking. I think
but that does happen a lot. The sleepers don't get possessed by metaphysical trance bullshit. They'll like.
Oh, you've never been to a nightclub, have you?
No, that happens too. It's not all absolute, but it's all everywhere. Music is fucking possession and magic. First of all, like I have to abhor like high energy magic, like trance music or synthwave, so that I can.
Remember, Sharia law is stolen from the ancient Aryans. It literally means Aryan law, and in there is fuck music.
do they consider chanting music?
I don't think so, actually. I think specific types of music for pleasure, especially, is regarded as being a fucking bad idea. But Muslims are retarded, so they say all music is haram.
Yeah, they might have noticed. Like that's what's profound. Like the default humans and the ancient shamans, they still picked up on like they would look at music and they're like, holy shit, this is like magic and possession shit. This is altering and creating a false reality in our minds. Some of them would, at least.
Sounds like you guys are just thinking too much and should just dance
You think too
with
much.
everyone else. Why are you guys talking about this and just come and dance with everyone else? It doesn't look like you guys are having any fun at all. I haven't seen you both smile for the last 10 minutes. Just come dance with everyone else. Trust me, it'll be fun. Don't worry
You're
about it. No
bringing
one's watching
everyone
you.
down.
No one cares. No one cares what you look like when you dance. No one's watching you. Everyone's just living in the moment. You guys should try that too. It'll really help you out.
Grab the light.
I do stop thinking and just obey the music in the trance, and then I start stabbing people with a sacrificial dagger.
A Chris.
That's why they call you Mr. Dagger.
It was planned out.
I wouldn't mind a Chris dagger. They do look pretty cool.
That would be an alright dagger. You don't need the whole. Well, I don't know what I need. I just obey the voices in my head whenever I get the trance. I don't even get that cognition. It's just my body just starts doing things.
Trans.
So my vision will go black, and then my body becomes a puppet, and then I start screaming orders at people. Put the candles here. Draw a sigil here. I need a 19-year-old college girl.
And I need her naked.
I need a dog.
I need a camera.
I think you had your Discord muted when I was bullying that Christian guy about 5 hours ago. But one thing he was doing, he was taking a lot of credit for creating the environment where you guys think inside of. And when I pressed him about it, and Dutch did too, he really couldn't come up with any reasons of why he was the leader.
I try to keep myself in check where I take. Because a lot of people, when things work out for them, they're like, I planned all that. And like, whenever I die and go meet the one, I'm like, the one told me all the shit. No, that was actually just me. That was me saying that people need to sacrifice.
But to me, it was him just trying to give some more self-importance to his meaningless 32 years on this planet. But
Oh, Christian.
yeah.
No, Christian ironically fucking founded most of the nightmare shit.
Oh, I'm not saying that he didn't, but I still stand by what I said, but I'm not saying that anyone else is living with a lot of meaning too, so...
I don't know what was said here, but if anyone says I'm an anarchist, it's partially true. I also think that our system is made to turn people schizophrenic.
This is that vampire politics shit.
No one designed
immediately
it.
happens.
It wasn't designed, it's just we're all working together to make it. We're all in a trance, in a dream.
all.
Everything been in place. Nothing has ever not been in place. Everything is nature. Everything.
Everything is nature.
Everything is nature. The fact that it exists means it was nature.
Evola even does talk about that, about how romanticists are stupid because man-made things are just as much nature as nature itself, the environment, and that people who are trying to like escape man-made like technology and stuff like that to return to nature for romantic ideas are just as idiotic as the people who are consumed by them. Meditation in the Peaks. I think that's where he talks about it.
See,
Meditation on the Peaks.
I already had the what they call the awakening experience where I got my paradigm laid out. Now I just work on it, and then I come to the good conclusions that intellectuals come to. If I'm capable of fabricating the idea, you just became aware of things. There's a logical conclusion to come from it. You just have to shed the anomalous activity that comes from the way society has groomed your internal environment.
Society is the real child.
Society is a real faggot. I just suck dicks because I'm a puppet.
I was going to invite that Christian guy to my server, but Dutch Nepal told me not to because he told me he's just another meme irony boy, LARPing as someone who isn't.
That's what everyone accuses each other of being. He accused me of being that when I first entered their hazing Discord. And then I had to argue
Christian's
with
not
him.
a socialite. He doesn't have the social dots.
I took him aside one time and I actually argued with him that I'm not a fucking chaos spawn or a meme lord. And now he stopped doing that.
But I mean,
You can imagine, like in the early days of Nightmare Labyrinth, it was just me and Christian arguing hours about the most insane shit.
but I mean,
Doesn't sound that
right
different.
now we're accusing him of being a meme lord or an irony lord. But the reason why I bring him up because I did, and I was interested in him because I maybe did sense something that he does have some value. So I'd like to see through my first impressions, and I'd like to see them shattered.
I just try to be flexible and deal with everyone's retardation. Except that surge of chaos spawn that came in here, that was just a new sensation. Like I have not encountered something that retarded. So I had to learn that and deal with it as it came.
Mr. Turtle really rocked your boat.
Him and his fucking circle of people. That was like
Such horrors I have to show you.
I had like discovered something worse than anything really, and that they're people, they're human bodies that they've been psyopsed into being worse than anything. Like if I had to talk to them for a prolonged period of time, I would like get a fishing rod and go sit next to a sleeper and just talk about work.
Yeah, I'd rather talk about where the good pussy is at with a sleeper than like
Derp moment.
talk about how cool Hitler is with one of those chaos spawns.
They would just say derp moment. Austin. Well, I don't care for ideologues either. I list them as one of the things that I hate. An example of a meat robot, because I hate them.
The thing is, though, when you say you don't care for ideologues, it's really hard to distinguish who's broken from the ideologue paradigm.
They're just, I mean, no, you can tell because of how flexible they are. You can tell when someone is thinking for themselves, more so than when someone's just quoting poll memes and reading infographics. Or like, there's a lot of people in there's a few people in the Nightmare Labyrinth, like they just hit me as they just regurgitate libertarian memes.
Yeah.
Like when someone just jacks off capitalism, the free market, like that's an ideologue to me.
Yeah.
If you know
Everyone's got their paradigm.
you know what the free market is, like, well, if they're saying the free market and capitalism like it's an extension of chaos, then that's something else. But like, how can you? Like, I guess it's kind of similar to what I'm saying is that capitalism and the free market is like this big chaos that destroys and refines people in the fire and stimulates, like, it causes stimulation in matter and the mind. And chaos it's just a small part of my paradigm. Like, I don't worship it. It's just a tool of it. But when they say that something's not real capitalism and not the real free market, then I know they're an ideologue. They're a retard.
I mean, yeah, they're kind of right, but they're also retarded.
No,
I
they're
want to
not
ask you
right.
one thing: is that it's okay? Yeah, you are right. They're okay. I agree with you. But on a semi different point, but also on the same point, do you only see the only merits in capitalism in that it is like basically a way to torture people, a way to spawn chaos, a way to have creative destruction? Is that the only merits you see within it?
Yeah. Right now, that's what I think. It's a small part. Like, I don't know if we're in
nature.
Yeah, it is nature. It's the jungle rules, but autism-ified. More paperwork.
Enforced
I mean,
nature.
as much as I like to shit on consumeroids, I do like having like a dishwasher that that works really well.
There's good stuff. Yeah, it makes technology. It helps. You know that because the technological modern world we live in is a more refined and hellish prison to exist in, and it has, like, it gives us these computers and shit.
Nothing is good or bad, only the people and their choices.
Yeah, like you say it makes technology and that's good. I say that's part of developing the hell to torture people further in. It makes not that the suffering is worse, to make the suffering more profound and imperceptible, harder to understand.
You make a dishwasher, and now women can go to the workplace.
Hey, Dag, have you ever investigated much into postmodernism?
No, I know, like I get the rough edges of it, but I don't read their works. I just know that it's a deconstruction of the modernity. But now we're at the stage where we're deconstructing the deconstructors of the deconstructors of postmodernity now.
Well, I'm not saying read their works because I haven't as well, but it is definitely worth an investigation to basically get the synopsis of what each postmodernist thinker has to say, and maybe their different talking points. It's a thread worth understanding, especially guys like Deleuze and Guattari, and also who's the other guy? Foucault. He's also good to learn a little bit about. And thirdly, Who's a guy? Derrida. He's also worth learning, like just his synopsis about his main salient ideas.
Well,
And you'll find that what you're treading on can be similar to what they're also trying to tread on, but
that's just that's just the one level above the thing that they're talking is the problem. Pointing out the absurdity, pointing out what's bad, pointing out how we have to adapt. That's just one layer up.
Because you might like the idea of hyper-reality. That might be something interest of you.
I probably already know what it is. The problem with reading the works of others is that you might be inclined to resign to their paradigm, and that you have to deal with the rough edges they're struggling with to explain their abstractions, in addition to your own. It's incomplete ideas and things like that.
I mean, that's how you want to view it, okay, but
Like I was reading, because TM recommended Spinoza Ethics, and I read on your character sheet that it's one of your grimoires. I was interested in that. I'm like halfway into it now. I understand where some of your logic comes from, and I'm interested in the logical explanation for the one. But I still have my own paradigm. I just see how that fits into it.
Read the Phaedo.
Spinoza is someone I never investigated ever. I mean, I watched a 15-minute YouTube video on him once, but I really can't tell you anything about Spinoza. But I know there are some people out there who I respect, who respect Spinoza very highly. So.
Saying read Phaedo by Plato.
Yeah.
But correct me if I'm wrong. Spinoza tried to basically recreate a religious system without actually having metaphysics involved. Is that correct, or is that wrong?
Spinoza rationalized God. Is the rational... If there is like any extremely... If you are going... Some guy said, if someone's going to try to come up with a rational explanation and description of God, at some point someone's going to reach something that is just the perfect explanation. So he did that, and he started like from Descartes and all the rationalists of his time, and he kept perfecting his theory, kept perfecting it over and over and over into a series of axioms about God.
Mm-hmm.
And so his book starts with a bunch of axioms. What is God? Here are my axioms. And then the book is just using all of these axioms to explain the world.
Interesting. Another thing I know about Spinoza is that I think he said, the best way a man can spend his day is by never leaving his bed.
Spinoza was an extremely lazy, neat boy.
Something like that, and I just know he hated leaving his bed. And didn't he also was like a private tutor of a princess or something like that, of royalty?
Don't think so. He was pretty poor his entire life. By the time he had written his book, some like wealthy noblemen who were like, this guy, he's got some decent ideas. Like, we'll see what he writes and maybe we'll publish it. And that's what they did. But he died destitute. Fucking nobody knew about him.
Okay.
He essentially lived mostly as a NEET his entire life. Towards like his 40s, he started making moves. Like late 30s, he started making moves to actually have an existence beyond just being in an attic somewhere, perfecting his theory of of God, and I don't know, he did some things sometimes. I think he got involved in local politics at some point a little bit. But towards his late 30s, he was like, I'm going to get my life underway, and then he died. Grab the crack, grab the coke. Like we're about to
How
smoke.
old was he when he wrote his main book? His
I think he'd
magnus.
been writing it his entire life, but it was published when he died.
Oh, okay.
I think there are early attempts of him. I think he created a geometric proof of Descartes' theory, and I can't find a
Geometric
copy of
proof.
that. Yeah, he
That's
used
interesting.
geometry to prove Descartes' theories.
That's interesting because I think the dimensional science is ingrained in mathematics involving fractals and geometrics, and we physically see the geometrics.
Correspondence.
Yes. Math that stretches on into everyone. I was also intrigued that, I remember I think Spinoza was doing I think that's where your argument for free will comes from, because he was explaining the same thing, that we are like a product of things, like patterns, even if we can't perceive them, but still the choice, like we make the choice or something like that. It's still the conscious decision, which I still don't agree with, but I
Read the Phaedo. Plato essentially is really where most of my ideas are consistent from, and I think Spinoza is just somewhat coincidentally consistent with them.
What book did you say from Plato?
Phaedo. Symposium's fantastic, but Symposium doesn't deal with like very exciting themes. It's somewhat mundane.
Fado, eh?
Mm-hmm.
F-A-D-O.
No, Phaedo. Fido.
Just what I need to read some Greek philosophy and just alienate myself from the world even more and just fill my head up with more useless knowledge that pragmatically gets me nowhere.
Have sex.
When instead I should be reading the Reddit R male fashion advice subreddit and learning how to dress suave.
I want to buy a whiteboard, like just actually do a video where I lay out all the terminology of the game thing, because I've recorded all the terminology and what it is, and I'm just going to fucking start drawing lines all over it, like describing how it's like a mage tradition or a religion.
So this is why we're a cult.
Like, game is the art, full is the magic, millionaire mindset is the dharma, and inner game, outer game, memento mori, number, incel, entrepreneurs, Chad, Brad, incel, Xena, bandits, Chad, power, day game, night game, and then I'm writing their mythology that they have to go into the meta realms and suck a Fudacock to gain knowledge of the whole and toll, and that they hunt down Vul cells and crack and sip their blood to gain. What is their quintessence? I haven't worked
Pussy.
that out. Pussy. Isn't
Pussy.
that-
Wet pussy. It's wet pussy.
Female. No, it's not even female attention. It's pussy. Pussy is the
pussy.
quintessence.
The
It's what
pussy has to
fuels
be
their
wet.
patterns.
The pussy has to be wet, dripping.
What if it's cope? What if
That's the paradox.
cope? Yes,
What if-
cope is paradox.
What if it's coke? No, coke is just another means to wet, dripping pussy.
Cope is the antithesis to the element that binds their magic together, and the patterns that they
Exactly.
seek to exploit.
Yeah, coke's basically like what's it called? It's like some mage powder, where it's like they help them cast spells.
I would really
Helps
just
them
recommend
cast.
reading Mage. Just get it over with. Like,
Okay,
you
I'll do it this. I'll do it this week so I can keep up with your
know,
spectrum vocabulary.
the two things
So I'm not
Read
left in the dark.
mage.
the two things that made me read Mage was like when you said that I should read Mage before I do DMT, which I don't think it'll do anything like that, but that made me think, okay, I should just like stop everything else I'm doing and read this now so that all of the writing can settle in like it has now. And then the other thing was that it's like Siege. Even though I haven't read Siege, I just know the gist of it.
Don't read Siege.
I've already read it. It's called Mage. Without
Multiple facets of the truth.
Don't read the Turner Diaries.
If you read Mage, you've basically read Siege and Turner Diaries.
You've read them all.
You've read.
Tim, have you read Paleofuturism? And if you have, is it worth reading?
Have you read? No, I wouldn't read that kind of meme shit.
Sometimes meme shit has merit to it, like Evola, for example, which I think has merit to it.
I read some Evola, and Evola is a proper philosopher, not a paleofuturist or an anarcho-primitivist or a reactoro, accelero,
Yeah,
double dabbero.
those seem
that's a
very
dab.
arbitrary, especially if you already have a grounded paradigm. Like, do I need to read that shit whenever I'm already explaining how everything connects together in reality? Without,
You don't need to read that shit, Dag, because you're not an intellectual, you're a seer.
I'm not an intellectual. I'm a seer. Thank you.
Yeah, to be fair, you need at least 200 IQ to understand paleo future.
It's true.
that seems like a really retarded
Bro, do you
phrase.
even have a degree in sociology? I know everything about Bitcoin.
People can live.
I don't listen to what Dag has to say for academic reasons or anything like that. I listen to what Dag has to say for what has to be said from the other side. Like he's pulling back threads
I'm trying to
from
channel.
from somewhere else. From somewhere else.
Trying to channel either the one or just the dirt of reality. Try to break people apart, which doesn't work because everyone still sees things through their worldview.
Crack and sip.
But Who are you trying to Who are you trying to speak to, bot? Because I mean, not everyone.
Well, on Discord, if someone asks me, I'll just start exploding into a rant because I'm being possessed. Whereas videos, I'm just trying to carry over these conversations to show other people those examples and analysis of reality that might actually be beneficial, or it'll at least make them crazier.
No, it's definitely beneficial. And don't listen to what that other guy has to say about talking shit about your TV show.
No, he was saying cringe
Nothing.
alert, like, he wasn't saying it's literally like he's cringing at it, something like that I'm embarrassing myself. I don't know how to explain it, but I picked up on it.
No, I think he's just saying it's cringe that you're monologuing in the first place, like a talking head.
He is right. His points were valid. Like, I agreed with him that it's a shitty format. Or at least,
No, I disagree.
it's a shitty format for me to do it completely unscripted and try to talk about things you need a script for.
I imagine this is yet another Christian dab.
Yes.
Yeah, he that's what he does.
I got
He
it.
will look for everything to fucking.
Oh no, I'm attempting to dab on him right now. If I thought that's what you're trying to get at. But if you're saying Christian dabbed
He's
on
looking for
Dag,
that shit.
Doesn't dab on me anymore because I get him now. I understand it.
you guys hold this Christian guy in high regard, because
Yeah.
I was on the offensive with him for a long time, and he was pretty passive about it.
You don't understand the character.
There's
And that makes sense because you've just met him.
Mm-hmm.
an elaborate song and dance.
He is perpetually roaring.
Plus, I don't really give a shit if someone's just talking shit on something I already basically don't care about.
Dag, I'll tell you what like I've already told you before, is your best video is definitely Crime Wave, because it definitely has a bit more structure to it. And it has a pretty direct message that
metaphysical
stays consistent from the start to the finish of it.
Well, that's what I was saying in like 3 of the videos, is that I need a focus. And then I start dancing around the focus.
Mm-hmm.
Try.
Like I was actually sitting there watching, like, cause every time I would look back at it, I would get more stimulated and think again. Then try to explain how everything revolves around that. I think it's need a focus, and then if you just have tons of examples that you revolve reality around, eventually people might click those together like pieces.
Because I've shown sleepers that Crime Wave video before, normal fags, who are like definitely disenfranchised with wage slavery in a way and modernity in ways, but they just don't know how to express it. And they really did like that Crime Wave video too.
It's hard to have a delusion when you actually work in a corporate environment and watch the fucking actual reality of sleepers. Like, the organization is based on scapegoating when a problem arises. And, like, someone somewhere is gonna get the receiving end. And they've also been conditioned by American culture to want to jump on the sword whenever they get spit out. That was what I was trying to channel there. And then I pissed one of the boomer women off because she's a conservative cock. You're offending my free market paradigm. How dare you say capitalism?
Conservacocks really don't like the idea of crime.
I don't want to understand that crime is evil. I don't want to understand the devil. They are the devil. That's how you become a tool with your absolute morality. You become a pawn swept up in designs that you can't understand. That's why the guy on THC who was a libertarian I was listening to talking about absolute morality, that subjectivity is the great evil. He would be the easiest person to trick into blowing up a building. It's a fucking illusion. If your absolute morality, it's like you're hanging on to driftwood in a storm and I control where the storm goes.
Where do the winds of madness carry you, travel?
But there's no one master of the waves and the storm. That's what's great about it. No one can even tell that that's what's going on because it's so imperceptible that you require a higher level of awareness to even perceive it, which is what's going on.
A master.
In Fallout, I never put any points into perception. What a waste of a talent tree.
Because perception doesn't sidestep into psychic abilities.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't. Perception doesn't carry out its full value in the game of Fallout.
Boy, that's just eyesight.
It's not perception when you can see things that you're not supposed to see.
Yeah, basically you're right, Dag. That's what perception is in Fallout. It's just eyesight.
Just your ability to shoot guns better. No, that's your ability to have things pop up on your radar sooner.
Yeah, like traps and landmines, and I think also you can like see enemies on your radar from a further distance.
Oh yeah, because it's great to just read a radar, and maybe it just simulates intuition gained from survival or something. What all did I miss in this chat before I got on? Because it went on for like 4 hours before I got here.
I was just interviewing and getting into Christian for about 2 hours.
You've been
And
on the
before
board
that, I'm not
forever.
sure.
I was told that I was the topic of some discussion other than just him saying that I'm a puppet.
Everyone was.
Oh. Everyone was. And the topic of the conversation about you was basically he was claiming to have influenced your paradigm, and I was trying to get to the bottom of how he did it, and he didn't give me any answers that I considered.
I might know what he's talking about, but he didn't give an example though.
The mage shit is all from Christian.
Yeah, the
He
mage.
sidestepped it a lot.
If he means the mage shit, then yeah. But I had a paradigm that was basically mage already, and that's why I just said fuck it and adopted mage.
Because the reason why I was pressing him into it, because if he was responsible for it all, I wanted to know what other ideas he had, and if he was, and stuff like that. But
the day earlier, a few days
he just
earlier, I was explaining.
he just kept mean boying about. He just kept mean boying about agents and glow in the dark niggers and stuff like that, and that's why me and Dutch really thought that he was just a low agency person for a while. He was irony broing it.
He's like that.
Yeah, I get the song and dance. Kind of weird. I don't like delusion and arbitrariness, but there is like a ritual that you have to do for things.
Yes, but don't do the song and dance in front of me. I'm not part of his initiation circle.
Well,
This is just
I don't think
this is just two men. This is just two men interacting in a neutral zone. And when it's two men interacting in a neutral zone and you're doing a song and dance for me, I'm just gonna presume you're a fool.
Nowhere is a neutral zone.
And also, I'm gonna presume that you're just an irony. I mean, you're hiding power levels. What the fuck's that? That's what meme boys always doing. That basically just trying to make sure that they're not. The reason why meme boys and irony dudes do what they do, it's so they can't be pinned down, so they can't be made vulnerable, and it's out of fear. It's it's complete cowardice. That's all it is. And what he was doing a little bit was cowardice, because it's really, like I said, to make yourself not vulnerable. And to make yourself vulnerable, you have to.
That's fair. That's fair, actually, in regards to Christian. He doesn't fucking interact with people, and he's always on the warpath if it's strangers, and that's because he doesn't want to fucking open up. Getting
And
Christian to open up is a feat.
Like I said, I see it as cowardice. It's because what do you actually have to hide? You're just, I mean, you're scared of being
But
vulnerable, and vulnerable
it
opens
is-
you up to attacks. But why are you scared of being attacked? What damage are you afraid of?
It's social cowardice. But his whole thing is meeting people IRL and talking with people IRL, and IRL he does not do that.
Internet life is about meme unto itself.
He runs his fucking war band.
But I'm not just talking about him directly. I'm talking about the whole meme boy crowd.
I think you're piling people into the warp spawn pit that don't belong there.
I'm not piling him in there. That's why I was actually interested in him, because I could see something different. But
There's a soul.
It's not like I interviewed. Actually, Kyla's alright too, but it's not like I interviewed Kyla because I don't think I was going to get anything salient from him.
He was fucking killing himself while it was happening.
As always.
They were like asking him questions while he was slowly dying.
Fucking spiel.
Yeah, like there's a distinct difference between Kyler and Sleepers and Chaos Spawn. Like I don't get.
Definitely. I agree with that.
I get Quintessence bouncing back from them.
Like you said, you can have 1 point in intelligence, 1 point in charisma, 1 point in strength, 1 point in vitality on your RPG sheet, but you can still be awakened.
But he also has 4 dex and 4 athletics.
You can still be awakened. You don't have to have high stats to be awakened. I think awakened.
You should see his dex and
Awake-
athletics. They're almost max. He would beat me in a marathon. He would
I think
ninja over a fence.
Awakeness doesn't come from increasing your stat pool. It comes from somewhere else, and I'm not sure if it's from birth or whether it's some buff that a priest gives to you, like when I mean a priest, like some spiritual force that buffs you along the way.
I think it's patterns. Suffering is a pattern. Suffering. You need. So I think suffering, and in all of its forms, either if it's someone lighting you on fire, or if it's just like a subtle, uh, internal, like even for a millisecond, like kind of bad thought that makes you kind of feel bad in a really subtle way that dictates behavior in a way that people don't even realize. And like people can't even really pick up on it, not even therapists, because they're hacks. That kind of disrupts the pattern and breaks up the stasis, and it kind of pulls you back to that these are all delusions and takes you back to reality. And it also, like, patterns and knowledge opens up pathways and lines of thinking, which 4chan does a lot of that, but that's, you need more than that. And like a lot of arguments here would serve to do that in a way that 4chan can't.
I really need to get into more arguments. I haven't got into a good argument for a while now. Most people that I used to argue with, I ended up just building the bridge with them and agree on most things we agree with. I need to find more people to definitely argue with.
I think the last argument I actually had in here was with TM over the concept of free will.
I like arguing. My racial trait.
I love arguing. It really I love arguing at an intellectual level. I also love arguing at a lowbrow level. I love bullying. I love insulting. So I love it from in the whole spectrum, and I'm really finding a lack of that sort of interaction with people at the moment. So that's also another reason why I think you should bring chaos spawns into
They don't respond to high level arguments that way.
Give them attention.
Yes.
They take. They never get back.
Yeah,
They're just sinkholes.
There's no soul there. They just become possessed, and what they do say is just regurgitations of what's swinging around in their undeveloped brain. And there's an argument to be made that we do that. We still do that, but it's at least more complicated.
You call them a faggot and they respond by sending you a picture of a dude in a G-string and saying, I know.
No, that would be an actual faggot. They're just being... No, I think it will inflict pain on him what I did. It's going to be over the span of some time.
If he respects you, he will.
If he ever contemplates, because there's only one logical conclusion to come from thinking on what he is and what I was saying to him. The only possible way he can avoid it for now is to say that I was in the wrong and I'm just a hypocrite. There's no reason that I would be trying to tear him down like that.
Like Warzone could definitely be used as practice dummies, and even to an extent, like used in certain specific ways, but fucking they're always more of a drag. They will try to interrupt good conversations. They will do their best to fucking shit up your text channel or whatever that is with the most inane garbage that you could ever imagine. They actively try to fuck up your groove. that's unforgivable.
I still think you should not actually. I was going to say delete the server, but maybe there's some archives in here that you don't want to get rid of because it's
We had this
FBI tainted.
conversation.
It's lurked, but you guys don't care about this. I'm talking about just delete the
Dag.
server completely.
Dag has hunted. It's Dag's flaw. We need to remove Dag.
I know we had the conversation about how to introduce chaos spawns to the server, but now I'm thinking maybe it should just get deleted entirely and remade. And anyone who actually is important will find their way to the new server.
The thing about nodes is that they added them. You don't want to throw that away, do you?
Yeah, we hear you. Or maybe we don't.
Look, I just called him a faggot. I called one of the Chaos Spawns faggot just now. Oh, you're lonely. Project more. What was this faggot saying in the voice chat? I saw him here.
Who, Devil Dante dabbed?
Yeah.
Nothing fucking interesting. He just proved he was a warp spawn. He was playing League of Legends while he was in voice, so he wouldn't answer anymore.
He was the most useless person to come in voice chat since I've been talking here the last week.
Warp spawn.
He would sometimes say something in such a soft tone because he had no
Didn't want us to
manliness
hear
or
it.
masculinity about it, so he'd say something and then Christian kept calling him an ESL nigger or something like that, and he didn't even bite back. He had no bite, he had no teeth. He basically just had gums.
None of them do.
Someone got a train driving past the house right now.
Yes.
You're in the Rust Belt. Those materials have to get moved somewhere.
I won't ban this one. I'll just keep insulting him because
he's okay. This one.
He gives me more reception. Like when I insult him, he like immediately responds in a hurt manner back to me. So like that's actually redeemable.
Still a fucking spawn.
Yeah, he is, but this one's more receptive.
Hey Dag, you're only saying this because you're lonely.
Like when people on this level, it's so amazing that they don't realize how they show me the world as they analyzed it. Like as when they try to throw that at me. Like, thank you for telling me more about your life.
I wish they told us more about their life. I want to collect more data from these people.
I would sit in for that. Heck, you know what? They should have life stories because they want to talk about themselves and they want attention. But
oh yeah, 100%.
We're going to have to. It's going to take a few tries to get them to stop being a faggot and avoid talking about how they masturbate to whatever they do and how they're. But I bet most of it just involves sitting in a room. And then they'll talk about women not liking them.
Let's just talk about.
This one's more butthurt though. I like that. He's abruptly butthurt and not trying to mask it with memes.
Hey, look, what I will say about this one, and from listening to what he said in voice chat today, he could come out the other side. He has, I'm saying the chances are low, but he might be redeemable in the end.
That's what I just said. Like, I sense something here. I get reception.
You get reception. Your antenna picks up some
Well, he's
signal,
not a
as
complete
faint as it
thin
might
soul.
be.
Develop him. Have that experience of trying to develop some rando on the internet. Infuse the patterns.
That's what I think. Well, we infuse patterns into any feds exposed to us. That's why I think I see the point in being secretive, because these retards come in and then feds. But there's also something to be made from exposing people to high level madness, applied insanity to reality.
Applied insanity.
Applied insanity. I'm gonna have to deconstruct that and figure out what that actually means. Applied insanity. What does that actually look like?
Applied science, but insanity.
Oh yeah, I get that, but I mean, what does that actually look like?
See, I like this. He's criticizing me because I'm labeling him. Feels like I'm just shallowly labeling him for no reason.
Well, how dare you label someone? How
Need to be
close-minded are
nice.
you?
See, like
Labels are for products, not people, Mr. Daggers.
see, like they get hung up on face value stuff. They could not even fathom that things like their ideology, vast systems, economies are mere tools of other people, and not even, and those people are also tools of each other and trying to kill each other.
Oh, their mind has been feminized. This is how
Fem-
women think too.
Their minds are weak, and women are weak too.
One thing that you can't deny is that there is castes of the soul. Souls are not equal. There's definitely a hierarchy.
Thin
And
souls.
definitely,
It's
and you
just
definitely can't expect if your soul is part of a hierarchy, you can't expect lower hierarchy souls to extract the from like information data, like on talking points, etc. You can't expect them to extract like the same message that your soul can extract from it.
I explained this a bit in that last driving video that we start from nothing, and then everywhere between nothing and omnipotent knowledge is where we land. And they're just
Yes.
closer. It's like the one thing you're supposed to do is the one device of consciousness is sensory awareness to feed it back to your computer so that your memory can store that and bounce shit around.
Why?
Start from nothing and you slowly work your way up to omnipotence. And as it so happens, the farther you are into that, the more batshit awareness becomes, and you can't even really do drugs anymore. Because now you're just going to have nothing but talking to, ensnaring yourself in recursive, profound thought. God actually
that's why.
appears and says mind-blowing shit to you. And it is relative.
That's why these soul hierarchies in a pyramid formation. Because the closer you get to the top, the more lonely it is, and the less amount of souls you have to share your experience with.
God, I have a caterpillar. And now it flipped over. The fuck
I have a roly-poly.
This
I have a
caterpillar.
roly-poly in my room.
This caterpillar looks like those eyebrow parasites. Got 6 legs, but it's still got the entire caterpillar body. Just the 6 legs on the front of it. I just made a paradox spirit. This insect does not exist.
Let's take. Where'd you put it?
What?
This caterpillar you talk about?
I don't know where it went. It just rolled up into a ball and now it disappeared into my floor.
Oh.
What the fuck? It's gone now. I was gonna take a picture of it.
A bunch of moths around here a while back.
Eyebrow parasite. If you like combined this with a caterpillar, this is what I saw, and it was also black.
Black.
Really, the actual visual of moving into a new room and you just see like a group of spiders walk through the door like normal, just get into their corners. You're just sitting there dozed out and watching it happen.
I had the upgraded experience of that. A spider the size of my hand crawled out of my window and just chilled on my wall for a while. And so I killed it, and it was so big, I called my father over, who was at home, this fucking spider. And out of a crack of the wall, a spider just as big, almost identical, crawls out of the wall and into my bed while we're both watching. And then the spider kind of fucking turns and does a thing with its legs at me. And my father says, it's looking at you. And at that point, I was like, fuck the Weaver, time to get the vacuum cleaner for this nonsense.
Hey, welcome back, by the way, Dente.
Devil dab, Dente.
Why did
So,
you want
Dente,
me back? I'm tired.
Oh,
Tired.
I didn't want
Or
anything
you.
specifically. I just
Okay.
haven't
Yeah.
spoken to you much before. I just wanted to know.
What a faggot.
Oh, Jesus
He's
Christ!
so fucking butthurt.
I was just warming him up.
You could hear
And
the
he didn't even-
butthurt in his voice because I called him an incel.
See, this
I was
is the
just
kind of
warming
shit
him up.
Christian does, and Christian doesn't do well in social.
I was trying to warm him up, be friendly with him. I was going to join his side against you, Dag, just to create some sense of equalness in his head. But look, he just abandoned me. As I was ready to ally with him, I was going to form an alliance with him.
Did he just enter and leave? Is that what
Yes, he
happened?
left. He left because he said, what do you want? And I said, nothing in particular or something. I forget what I said 2 minutes ago, but. And he
See,
goes,
the
okay,
kind of
see ya."
person you want to find is the kind of person where if you push, they push back.
Yeah, he's getting something from it.
But was that a pushback or was that a retreat?
No. That was fleeing the scene.
Yes.
Thin souls.
Hmm. Well, that was disappointing.
They often are. So if we played mage, would we actually have like spider swarms following us everywhere?
No,
In character.
the Weaver Spirits is werewolf.
Werewolf is
So if we
mage.
played first shit,
When you play a game like Mage, is it better to have more people, or is there a magic number of like 5 or 5, 4, 5 or 6 or something?
3 is the sweet spot for all these games, and then from there,
well, 3 and a GM.
yeah, 3 and a GM.
I've only honestly ever played any like tabletop RPG once in my life, and there's the two things that frustrate me: people who take too long to make decisions, and people who try to min-max everything.
Look, okay. I've done both of those things in one game, and that's because my interesting characters get killed off, and now, like, I'm playing a Matrix guy who's min-maxed as fuck, and then I actually got froze up because he doesn't really have social stats now. He's all combat. So I was actually like stunned for a second because a cop was approaching me at a convention at the front gate. And I had to think for like 10 seconds, and then I just decided to tase him and run away.
You need a considerable amount to play these games. Because if you think of just the absolute nightmare scenario game that you will never in a million years want to play, it'll probably be game 2.
Really, anything can happen. You can be turned into a toilet.
That's true.
I actually don't even want to play. Like, I would do that to other people, but I don't want that to happen to me, and that's the thing.
The character is made in such a way that it is the character that you wouldn't even want to deal with.
My character is just like, fuck your PvP. The second I get PvP mode, like, green-lighted by the GM, well, I need one more level, and then I'm so fucking prepared to kill other players. But then the engineer, he just fucks around. Your guy fucks around. That's fun too. I actually don't really like being a faggot min-max. But I also explained why he's min-maxed, because he was fucking made
I'm a
by...
little hesitant on that front.
Well, let me refine my statement. Maybe min-maxing's okay, but don't make me wait for you to figure out your min-max when it's your turn.
Games take a long time. There's a lot of waiting. There's a lot of very approximate
Some, like,
well, I understand where the waiting is
scheduling.
in the dice rolls, in the figuring out of actually how to take the turns and stuff like that. But I don't want to wait for people's decisions on what spells they should learn when they level up, or how they should
have to. It does
how they
to an
should spend
extent.
the point.
There's always like a first part, which people asking around about how to do characters.
Yeah, it's not. This is better than D&D, where you're actually just kind of in real life. So players get thrown into situations that exacerbate their autism, and they get frozen up.
Okay, that's more interesting. Here's another one. Well, this isn't D&D. I don't know if this is included in your house games, but Another thing I don't like is when you have that one player who coaches every other player in the party of how they should do everything. So every decision that everyone makes is basically just this one player who is coaching everyone else.
Now, if you don't do right, you're going to die. If you screw yourself in a game, you're going to be left to die.
Going to be left to die.
In fact, the other players will use you as a decoy. Like if you spurg out and draw the police attention or the vampire's attention, and they have a chance to step away from you, yeah, I'll do that. Unless I feel like you're useful. Because my agent, I fucking spurged out and I ended up tasing a cop and running away, so Winnie immediately scapegoated my character to get himself into the building.
House games is alright like that. House games is alright. It is about like it is the first step to being able to run a game of Mage, and a game of Mage is hyper reality. So you need to start with reality.
Mage is reality.
No, Mage is a level.
No one organizes Mage because we're already playing it.
Do you need a DM or a Game Master for Mage?
Yeah. Unless you're Lord.
The universe is the GM. I ask the universe, no, that's bullshit, because I have 4 athletics, which means I pop the fence.
What do you mean you don't ask the universe for parking spots?
That's bullshit, universe. There should have been a parking spot here. That's what Judaism is all about. They're on that level.
They are on that level.
God is the GM. Falsely. Yeah. One hit, passed out.
One hit, one kill. The tabletop, let's face it, like, it's about being creative. Like, the thing that will irritate most people is when you have some fucking piece of shit who isn't creative and who wants to play D&D, and that will get it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only really thing that intrigues me about all this is the creative aspect of it. I'm going to admit, like, I'm not a very creative guy, but I think it definitely sounds fun pushing your imagination to some kind of limit.
I mean, a few of my characters weren't creative, but I took the boomer meme and turned him into Ghost Rider. And then he fucking died because of a retard.
And the point is to break the game too. The point is to literally kill the setting, if you can. So it is about min-maxing to make the most stupid, overpowered character. But you have to be creative to, and it is about being do that.
No one has ever made a character yet that overloads the CPU power of the GM, of his brain.
Oh, I'm making that. That's my fucking Cusco character.
I guess you're doing that.
Teleport he can edit rolls, and it's gonna get worse from here.
Yeah, just keep math, like turning dice rolls into algorithms.
Exactly.
I was thinking like a necromancer who just keeps generating more cells of sheets, having to calculate all of them, and then modifying the shit. Just creating more and more variables and like constantly changing them. Just to overload the faggot GM.
The point of Cusco is for the GM to say, no, I don't want to with that character.
Yeah, I would probably say that because I don't even
To make them tap out.
on my NWO. He's like, I want the GM to think that's bullshit. Every time there's combat. Yes, Kyler threw 2 vampires at me, and I just one hit killed them both.
Yeah, that's how you know you're playing house games right. When the GM is like, yeah, this is probably like gonna kill their character, and then you dab on.
There's 2 vampires literally breathing down my neck, and like I dropped a stun grenade at them, put some distance, insta killed one, insta killed the other. And now my character's even more broken in just combat rolls. I get a 3 more dice on anything gun related.
How many dice do you have? Like 100?
And then I like one way just to piss off the GM is just using special ammo. Apparently, just using hollow points.
It's just Christian being just a negative Nancy about the.
Oh, Kyler did it too.
About everything.
He's like, "Fuck you."
Really?
Yeah, he's like,
Kyler's a fucking hypocrite because he's done that.
You know, he's like,
I'm
just gonna give enemies more health before I throw them at you. Yeah, and then I'll hide behind another player and throw them at the enemy. I have
violence.
I have such. I'm level. I've played 2 games and I'm so fucking broken now.
However, if you were to pit your character against my character in combat, how would that go down? My crippled, not built for character, mage character, essentially, against yours.
I don't know the specifics of how you mapped him out, but going against me in combat, even if you have like 10 gifts, you may not come from that alive.
Well, go ahead and suggest how your character would end mine.
Okay, let me pull up his sheet and do a roll. Because I don't remember the roll. Okay, go snow. Okay, let's see, next one. 10 d10, and then I'm holding the dual wielding, so that's 4 less difficulty, so that's difficulty 4. Gun kata, so I get 3 more on that dice roll. Okay, and I also do a willpower roll. Oh wait, TG. Okay, so I got 8 successes shooting 2 handguns at you. Do your thing. No, that's 9 successes. Willpower.
You got 9 successes.
9 motherfucking successes.
Well, first of all, we have to do an initiative.
Okay, that's my fucking roll, though. I'm not rolling
again. Well, on initiative, I would beat you.
Dex, I have 10 initiative. What do you have? Plus 10.
Let me try to roll that.
Actually, I forget how to do initiative again. I just know it's Dex Wits.
It's Dex, Dex plus wits.
Dex plus. Yeah, whatever.
So you roll Dex and then you put wits. 2 Dex. 10 plus 5 wits plus nerves of steel. I have 15 initiative.
Okay.
Since it's my turn, I teleport away.
Okay, so wait, 2. Why is that 2d10?
Because I have 2 decks.
Oh, okay, whatever. 5 d10 plus 5. Okay. Are we doing this right?
Are we doing what?
Are you sure that's it? Because I'm pretty sure it's just d10 plus dex and wits. Like,
Okay. Well, just fucking pull up the goddamn source bit.
here's my.
Control F that.
God, this chaos spawn is so butthurt.
Chaos spawners. They're a drag. They are a drag.
Okay, well, at some point, I'm gonna fucking track your ass down. Let's just say, so your ace up your sleeve is teleportation, is what you're telling me.
So far. Let's say you've got me in your sights.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, let's say I'm doing a combat roll on you.
Yeah.
So deal with my 9 successes from 2 handguns.
How much of a dodge roll do I need?
You need to roll higher than that. You need exactly, motherfucker. Exactly.
Huh.
Exactly. You need 11 successes. So, you gonna roll your dodge?
Am I going to roll my dodge?
Because then we can do the damage roll. And you can see if you survive.
No, I wouldn't. 9d10? You know what, maybe.
You might, no, that might work. But, wait, how does that fucking work for... How does dodging and difficulty, how does that work?
Yeah, no, I'm fucked. I'm paraplegic. That's not gonna work. A paraplegic man is not gonna dodge the sharpshooter.
A guy with, like, polio crutches has to dodge, like, Matrix shit.
Yeah. Not.
So, just do your roll.
Your thing, make my body sing. It wouldn't fucking add up. It would not add up because I am paraplegic, so I have 0 dexterity.
What is your response?
I have 0 dexterity, 0 dodge.
What is your reaction to being shot at by a 9 success, 2 bullet shot?
Oh, you know what? I go down, but I have an extra level that lets me survive lethal, essentially.
Do whatever you have to do.
well, you shoot me, and I go into how many levels of you just kill me. However, I always have an extra level of lethal, so my corpse is there. And then it's my turn, and I teleport my corpse away.
Is that legit? What is that?
Here's how that works.
Which merit is that?
You fucking hard to kill.
That doesn't. I'm pretty fucking sure that just gives you one more. That gives you one more lethal health box. It doesn't give you whatever I get in lethal damage. I get one.
Okay, yeah,
that.
that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
So,
how much damage do you do? Yeah, that's a stupid question. That's like standing in front of a tank.
No, I want to do the damage roll, but you got to tell me what you do.
I try to dodge, and I roll 0 dice.
So here's how the damage is gonna look. I have to do a little bit of calculating. So that's 9 successes. Okay.
9 levels of damage.
No. So 9 plus 3, 12, plus 2 hollow points.
Hollow points.
Plus 5 from the gun. And here's how my damage is looking now. Yeah,
that's yeah.
Yeah, I told you. This is what he's made for. He is gunman, and if he gets to shoot you, then that's
liquidated.
Yeah, vaporized.
Like there's no bullet holes. The person just fucking vaporizes.
That's what I was fucking telling them in House Games. Is that I'm just so good with guns that my bullets become warheads.
Do your thing. Make my body sing.
I told them I'm going to get this unapproved whenever I nuke one of their characters with just a .45 handgun. Also, heads up. That was only one bullet. Here's the second one.
That's a good one to dab on GMs with. That was just one bullet. Fucking anime shit. That is anime shit right there.
Exactly. That's the fucking point of him. He's the Matrix character. Like he's fucked in social situations and basically everything else, but if I can get to shoot someone, it's basically over.
I think. Same.
And then here's the second bullet. Also, if I survive one more game, I'm going to have dexterity 6, which means I have 2 actions at all times.
Huh.
And then I'll get teleportation.
And then teleportation.
Also, I'm going to get the maneuver where if I roll 3 more higher in successes than someone's firearms roll at me, I get an automatic free shot at them in the middle of a dodge. So they have to fucking start splitting their dice after I do a normal dodge. This is a min-maxed fucking character. This is when greed killed my boomer and I got pissed off.
I am bullshit.
The boomer was also overpowered because that's 2 basically high rollers you're up against in one. Greed's character tried to intimidate my boomer and he succeeded, so my bike rolled intimidate on him and succeeded.
My bike rolled intimidate on him and succeeded.
It's a demon bike that blasts purple fire and smoke. And it also had a mounted M60 on it that it had control over. And it had like 4 firearms.
That's interesting. Very nice. Impressive.
The engineer, though, he's not broken. He's actually quite fucked. In anything that does not involve technology.
The smell of high roller morning.
Crackshot is such a fucking retarded maneuver. As long as you have 2 hands on the gun, plus 3 damage, minus 2 difficulty. And I do have both my hands on a gun. In each hand. I don't have counterfire yet, and that's the only one I really care about. I just had to sacrifice that so that I could buy up gun kata.
At some point, the GM's going to get you with some other shit, some sneaky shit.
No, the agent is absolutely capable of being fucked in other ways. It's just that, like, if you throw a what's it called, a wormbane at me, I guess I lose that because Iron Will doesn't work on that. Well, I guess that also fucks most people. That fucks everyone over. It just depends on how well the Bane rolls.
Bane.
If I turn any scene into a combat scene, though, I can get out of that with the agent. If I fail a social role, I turn it into a combat scene. You just start nuking everyone's heads. I'm here to pick up my child from school. And then you fail the manipulation roll of your 2 dice. And then you just start walking through the school, vaporizing everyone with bullets.
Vaped. Smashed and slammed.
Vaping people's bodies. Just like the Aztecs would do. Or the Tibetans or whoever the fuck did that. Vaping corpses.
They smoked penis blood.
Yeah, that was the Aztecs now. I remember that from that conversation.
Mayans.
Whatever, Spix. Vaping penises.
There are more jungle Asians, is the truth.
And yet more innovative than actual Asians.
And Asians are niggers. It's right out of Africa. Straight.
But yeah, if you can get the higher initiative, your character can get out of it. You just have to get the higher initiative.
Easier said than done, I assume.
You do have higher. You have that bonus 3.
Yeah.
+2.
And I'm gonna take a vampire path that allows you to do that bullshit better, basically.
You know what's even funny is like he's a technocrat and he's still not deviating reality. He just shoots guns good.
Just guns.
Bullshit that the engineer has to survive like 3 more games to complete his transformation into a glass walking were-rat. Dodge 9 successes. Oh wait, I'm paraplegic. Fuck.
Yeah, that's essentially it. Like, it brings my dex down to a virtual 0, and so I can't roll. I can't teleport.
0 dice versus 9 successes.
Hold on, let me use my 3 rerolls. Do your thing, make my body sing.
You just see someone playing as a guy in a wheelchair. He gets locked into combat against like a 9 success shot. You just watch him vaporize into a red mist. The game does get retarded after like 10 gifts. Then it's like, why even play?
Yeah, Christian mentioned that some players had just a fucking retarded amount of gift. And just, they become harbingers.
Then they run into a harbinger who's a black spiral dancer, diaper fur with vicissitude.
With vicissitude.
That should be like the Tiamat in Dungeons and Dragons of house games. The black spiral dancer, diaper fur, and the clown team up.
House games is nice. It House games is like it is the one-off game. It is the one-off game. Perfected. Formula perfected. However, a lot of the good parts of role playing is to be able to construct a story and have a campaign and so forth, and we still haven't been able to do that. And it's a lot because of IRL bullshit. Like, the IRL bullshit has reached a fucking crescendo that is hard to believe at this point. Like, you haven't been hit by the fucking Weaver fucking up your life, but it's coming. It'll happen. I mean, the Fed shit. That was already a good start.
It'll happen eventually.
Yeah.
Then I'll just become a complete wage slave. Disappear forever. I think those games we came up with would be best for Mage. Maybe it would be best for like 1-dots. Because we would be doing like in real life mind and spirit shit to like that gives us a motivation to kill a vampire, unquote, and take his blood.
Again, a thing Christian said at some point. Gotta run an IRL, Mage. Gotta run an IRL because, I mean, if you don't, you're missing out, even if it works.
It is basically IRL. Like, so how do we get the task? Shouldn't be that hard to find in Philadelphia or something.
Philly.
Philly just sounds like a game location.
The whole area you exist in is so fucking depressing. And yet it is, like, objectively one of the most important places in the world. On multiple levels. But it's a shithole.
Insanely boring shithole.
Tell me about it. I live in Switzerland. Even the Asians think Switzerland is boring.
We don't even have Asians here other than Chinese food restaurants.
Oh, we don't have Asians here either. They must be hiding somewhere. In the hive. Camouflaged in some way. Way. Getting IRL shit up and going is the main priority that has to be dealt with here in the current times. And nobody can really fucking do that. Nobody can really do that. Christian is still, like, at the end of the day, just some fucking suicidal dude who doesn't do anything ever apart from what he has to.
He travels.
Yeah. He tried it. He tried traveling and now he hates it.
Well, it doesn't really go anywhere interesting from what I hear.
It's just like levels of cynicism and suicidalness that overwhelm the person to the point of making it almost irrelevant whether they will try to do something. They won't succeed. Kyler is like, how the fuck are you going to get Kyler to contribute anything? It's sad. Kyler has no way out.
Kyler is pretty fucked, but so am I.
Kyler is the image of the American dream. Oh, you could scrounge. You have the scrounge move, the scrounge option. But scrounge isn't good. Scrounge is just an option.
I can at least make going to Philadelphia work, provided that the only way that could fuck up is my car. Not. The car does weird shit, man. It's a pain in the ass to take it to the fucking garage and find a way back.
That's how normies like just drift apart, never talk to each other again. It's the IRL shit kicks in.
Yeah, but then when I check in on them, I find out why they drifted away and why they don't do anything. They actually just
And it's
work.
retarded.
They work and watch Netflix.
Yep. Work and watch Netflix.
It was so funny, like, when I checked up with my one friend after a year of no talking, he was trying to do college shit. I was showing him what I was doing. He's like, well, you actually did way more than anything I was doing at college. Then he started talking about, I already said this before, but, maybe I should do psychedelics so I can figure out what come get in touch with my emotions and shit. The same shit he's been
Touch
saying.
with your emotions.
Then the other retard that was like, like all he does is read garbage fantasy novels, like actual just polluting your head with bullshit.
Roasty tier shit.
Yeah, Warhammer 40k books fall into that too. It's all just garbage. And then
I definitely agree with that stance.
yeah, that's like the worst thing you can do. Like you're actually reading, and what you're reading is actually garbage. Like you had one fucking job and you fucked that up. But it's like I just said fuck consensus, and I just started telling one guy I know that I don't talk to, like everything that I'm doing, just to see what his reaction would be. And even though he actually clinically has schizophrenia, he's trying to hint that I have schizophrenia.
Yeah.
Like I was,
They will fucking call upon consensus on you like it's God.
He was like, yeah, you always had like an overactive imagination. And I just kept fucking talking at him. I just kept going. I started talking about everything like Tibetan monk meditation techniques and like Vedic history and like psychology and shit at him.
And what was the thing he said when everything was out and you got to that end point?
I think it was either halfway or at the end where he said you have an overactive imagination. That was the halfway. I just said fucking, I just started wrapping it up and I was telling them to get me DMT. I just enjoyed the fact that I was standing in the middle of like a public area where other people were and I was just screaming about shit.
Yeah, unleashing vulgarity is always fun.
Dude, what, like, there's like a membrane where I don't want to break it initially, but once like the pressure is on, then I just say, well, there's nothing to lose now. I'm just gonna start going crazy.
It's like sometimes you get to experience like the this shouldn't be happening kind of reality deviancy, and sometimes you get to experience the like the crazy the shit too convenient to happen to you, and you're like, oh, it's almost like reality is kind of malleable. But then when you get a bunch of RDs like us, which is the whole point of getting Nightmare Labyrinth together, you get them together, you feel shit break.
Yeah, absolutely.
You
You get us
It's
together.
like you fucking all become cartoons for half a second. You're like, oh, we were in a cartoon for half a second.
Absolutely. That's like because all of the sleeper methods of coping with reality breaking, it involves stuff like trying to turn to each other and isolate the abnormal person. Okay, well, what if the crowd around them is reality deviation?
Mm-hmm.
That's what the beginning of Blade, the movie, is about.
Indeed, it is.
The nightclub that they were going to escape into is now breaking reality. Like the only thing they can hope for is just a man in a black trench coat and sunglasses to come shoot all the reality deviants.
And somehow they always expect it. They always expect it. Like, uh, you will see things like them turning around and looking for people. Like, how do I? Like my car is broken. Type of fucking look. No, it's the help, this man is coercing me type of look.
I love that. I love that Blade scene because that's what the sleeper is doing. He's just like looking around, but everywhere he sees is like a face of a vampire that knows that he's not supposed to be there, screaming at him.
Another sign of whether someone's fucking worth investing into is when they don't do that, right? When they get curious, but that's rare. It's very rare. When you just clearly are insane and they get curious, it's a tell. It's like that person's not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to be curious right now. What are you doing? What gives?
Yep.
Now, yeah, you get to do all these wonderful things, and then you get reality drags you back down, and you remember. You remember that at the end of the day, you're broke. You have very few prospects. You're running out of time in your current living situation. The walls are closing in just slowly enough that it's easy to ignore. But they are. And the worst part is that these normies, you look at them, you kind of look at their lives paths and so on and so forth, and they always have opportunity. They always have shit handed to them. They're just too fucking stupid to take it. And that's the worst part, because it seems that everybody I find who's on my wavelength is a fucking deadbeat, is fucking screwed on paper. Maybe it correlates. Maybe one causes the other in a reflexive kind of way.
Except all the deadbeats
Both
are in
cause each other.
America.
Yeah, I have like some few European prospects, but it's just what the fuck am I gonna do? Roll into their shithole in Europe and be like, here's the truth, and they're broke. They're fucking tired of existing because it keeps getting worse. They don't give a shit about the truth. Truth is a cope. It's the real normie paradigm. What the fuck do you have a personality for? What are you coping for? And they're not wrong. The normal shit is never wrong. It's just that the normal shit knows so little, and so is right about so little. Conversely.
You think too much.
Exactly.
If you ever want answers to something, it involves going out into the ether and thinking unconventionally.
You think too much is what the fuck are you coping for? That's what they're telling you.
Except they themselves are coping, especially if they're impoverished. That's what's even funnier is poor Americans who are still trying to cling to media idealizations, abstracts, and it just does not work. But they're just too stupid to think of anything else. It doesn't have to work materially, it just their understanding is just full of fuck.
Full of fuck.
And it causes misery. For perpetual confusion, misery, and the only outlet is that bong hit.
That's why drugs are so fucking vicious. Because it gets the normie where it hurts.
Fuck, I haven't even done a drug in like a year. I get my dopamine from somewhere else.
When Christian Company came over, I was judicious enough to drink because when I drink, I become extremely. The more I drink, the more mundane I become. It's a sedative. That's what most drugs are. They sedate you.
That's what alcohol does to me. As for the other drugs, nah, they just kind of make it worse.
Stay sedated. Don't worry. Don't. Do not.
You know, like it's so absurd that like they use psychedelics as a sedative, and then like I cross paths with them. I'm trying to get into their sleeper shit, so they give that to me like I'm gonna start partying with them. That just made everything worse. Like it made me realize I'm physically incapable. Like on some level, like we are not the same. We never will be. Well, practically never will be.
But I can read my fate, and I can see the intelligence behind the design of what choices I have. And my choices are lining up to be, well, that's nice. You've been able to have everything you've wanted, really. But now it's your only option is to bring that out in reality. And I'm going to have to do that. I'm going to have to come back to reality. And
that was a similar revelation to what I come into. Kind of all doesn't matter, and then like the real feat is making it manifest.
yeah, you know, that's nice that you know.
Well, that was the whole point of
But now it's time to do.
Yeah. It's time to do.
And the scale of do is so fucking ridiculous that if you would ask any old normal shit to do it, they would look at you like you have 3 heads. It's time to do. Do on a scale. Most people simply not on.
At least do would be easier to deal with if you were in a reality deviant kind of environment where the consensus is more agreeable.
Yeah, but that's never. That's the end result of do. That's the end result of do. Look at all these fucking infernalists and Jews and so on. What do they what's the first thing they do? They create revenues and they create their places of power. Gotta create revenues, gotta create places. No way around it.
I'm in a weird point where the act of knowing more seems to encompass all things.
Oh, yeah. It goes to wonderful lengths. Everything can be read. Everything in mind trances can be discerned. It's about picking the right things. Will you make the right choices? I have a lot of very good friends, IRL friends. And the funny thing is that I have very good friends from, my childhood, school, or whatever. Despite the fact that for most of my childhood and essentially anything, isolated, alien, put into the machine, I've always been just the most fucking autistic, marginalized kid you could possibly insert to whatever school I went to. But there are kids throughout that stuck with me. And they're good people. And it's only because they had that empathy that they stuck with me. And they're still out there in the world and they're still doing things. And I see them like more and more just get cocooned by the Weaver. Some fucking hole gets a hold of them. Some fucking job gets a hold of them. They start getting ideas. They start like buying into belief systems. They get bitter when you communicate with them about things that they don't in their existence. And it gets, and more and more, every year, more alienated, more reprogrammed. Till I have to face the reality. And at some point, if I don't do something about it, they'll just be fucking gone. In the classic normie way, they will exit. Oh, remember that guy? That guy from school, that guy you talked to for years. hours of Skype calls and so on? No, I don't. I haven't talked to him in 8 years. Because it's already been 4. What's another 4? And I don't know what to do about it, because I don't have anything to do anything about it. So I won't make that decision. It's one of those things where you finally get into the tribulation. When you finally start seeing the cost of being what you are. If you got killed tomorrow, who would be at the funeral? I've heard normies say that.
What do
They
you?
do it in like therapy things. Who would be at the funeral? Think about all the people who would be at your funeral and how grateful you are to those people. Call them and tell them you love them and that they're wonderful and that you would never leave them out of your life. And then you think about it. And people would come, nobody would. Apart from, you guys, the labyrinth, those IRL units that can be considered contacts. They'd have to weigh in their head whether it's worth the ticket. Do I actually want to travel for this guy? Nah. Years. I haven't talked to him in years. Last time I talked to him, he was kind of weird.
Like, logically, if they looked at it, they wouldn't care about it. Because if you're dead, that's the.
What gives?
Yeah. Just a random bullshit virtue to have. Well, I've had a more turbulent upbringing where bridges would basically burn themselves as I grew up. So it's a more difficult situation to be in. Well, it really depends on individuals. You make all the difference that you're stuck with. You might be stuck with assholes or people who try a little bit harder.
Just float around in a way.
Actually, I thought of it that way. That, like, even though I don't like talking to these people anymore, that I should still try just in case. Like, I need contacts. But then I crossed that threshold. Now it's like it's not even. It feels like a diminishing return. Like, I would drive a guy around. I drove a guy to work. I made him pay me though for like 3 or 4 years. We go to the same place. Even though I like being by myself in my car and I use that time to think. I thought, what if like one day he gets a car and then one day I need a ride, but that day never came and he still doesn't have a car or a license. And he still leeches off people.
Pretty based, honestly. But yeah. At some point, the machine claims them and they never change again. They never become units, reprogram.
And then you briefly cross into their lives, and then your dynamism makes them listen to a new band for once. Or something like that.
No, I have had exactly that experience.
Wait, were you in that conversation, or I don't remember
Which
now.
one?
I think it was yesterday. I think I was telling Shiva here that I am the actual, like, he said yeah, okay. It's actually kind of frightening.
Yeah, it seems like you've just become a Jew, and now non-Jews are just there's nothing you can fucking do about them. There's no sharing with them. True.
The world is a meme.
The world is a vampire. Built a drain. Secret destroyers. Hold your feet to the flame.
Well, what do I get?
Get piece of game. In a sense, the hard part is over. The good part is also over because the good part is always the. That's why you have Clone Kike probably fucking losing sleep over me not answering his fucking phone calls. Because that fucking boomer has had nothing interesting to do in decades. He's done everything. He's done it all.
Yeah, even if you're actually successful, like you're still going to get the same experience that we get, or everyone gets, where you, like, the party's over, you go home and your life is either shit or you just don't care about it anymore, or it all seems meaningless.
Party.
The only thing I give a shit about is having just more Like, I don't care about expectations or anything. I need to, like, make sure that I don't have to go down shooting if the Weaver puts a little more pressure on me.
No, the Weaver will. The Weaver will. But the Weaver will not. That's the thing. The Weaver will try to fucking cocoon you. It will do its best to kind of make you poor, to make you have no real option, put you in coercive situations where you have to submit. But if it's when you don't submit that go down shooting starts happening. But that's the way the world works. It will try to get you to submit before to do anything else. And you can bet these feds. That's what they do. They try to get people to submit. And if you show submission, you're off the hook. No matter how many Jews you said you were going to kill.
Well, that's what I was telling them, is that I enforce the consensus and do things like convert Nazis into normal people. I was just showing them how I enforce.
Yeah. Oh, I run house games where they get to play in a virtual tabletop setting these weird fantasies that they have and realize that they're guarded. Touch with the Christian's fucking like 9th level paranoia flaw is not, it's not fucking justified about trying to say in the server. Because you're an RD. You can actually make it up. Make reality up. And they will eat it up. We're here to keep you safe. Seek, destroy. It's also why people are just, objectively, so many of them end up technocrats because they get may probably a fraction of the game we have, and then it just becomes about pull. That's the real technocratic way. Minimize game, maximize pull. It's the true zero introspection Shad way for the away. Destroy. People wonder. Hell is so that you learn. They're literally the fucking Neos that line up to become Agent Smith. Make me one. Make me Agent Smith.
You mean, are they like the guy in the Matrix who betrays everyone else so that he can become a celebrity in the Matrix?
No, I think that fucker is like, I guess so, to an extent. But I think that's still like RD shit. Submitting, like, I see, like, I can see how technocrats got where they are. And it comes from, there is like some fucking weakness to them that has led them to submit. They submit. And they have some sort of fucking masochism about them, where they will work and they will do everything right and they will submit. They will submit. It's masochism. It's this kind of fucking self-hate. To the
What?
for all my pain. I see you started liking Blue Oyster Cult.
Just that one album. I tried listening to the other stuff, but it doesn't hit me like that.
Really? I think that one album isn't even. You need to listen to Imaginos.
I have their discography on my computer. Let's see.
They have a lot of albums. Some of them much stronger. I think Imaginos is probably the best album.
Like the only other, a couple
Treaties is also very good.
Cultosaurus tracks, kind of. I was starting to feel them. I do not have that fucking album.
Imaginos and Secret Treaties.
I have Secret Treaties.
And I think Imaginos is it is extremely esoteric. There was one publication of it, and it was out of order because someone published it against their consent before it was done. And after that, I think Blue Oyster had to dissolve.
Yeah, I haven't listened to this one. I don't know why it's not in my collection here.
Cool.
Oh, wait, I have it. It's just not in my music player. Good. Fuck these live albums.
I'm pretty sure only fucking
Boomers what?
boomers enjoy live albums.
Yeah. Okay, there's like
It's
2 songs I've ever
big.
heard where the live one actually sounded pretty good and like had the audience singing along and it didn't sound like ass.
No, they want to feel like
They want to feel like everything has to feel like they're part of the tribe. Even when they're alone, the tribe has to come with them. They don't want to be the shaman who ran into the woods and got raped by a wolf spirit.
spirit.
They don't want to be the guy who ran into the woods and saw Garfield.
Understand. Understand. Understand.
I probably hear only one actual rock song for every like 10,000 tracks that get played by a boomer.
Slaves to consensus.
To the point that now, like King, or God, is it King Crimson or Crimson King? For fuck's sake.
King Crimson.
King Crimson. Yeah.
Yeah. That to
Cringe.
the point that King Crimson and Blue Oyster Cult are now almost esoteric. Because they don't know what those are when I ask them.
They were esoteric in the first place.
Well, yeah, well, at least Blue Oyster Cult is found. That's one of the interesting parts of it to me. When boomer rock gets a cult. Actually, I do enjoy when they're just like music you smoke weed to, and it's just a rock song about dragons and aliens and demons. But they do it in a way that's not like power metal faggotry, the way those songs, their lyrics are about.
Understand. Understand. It's interesting that music, that shit like vaporwave and witch trap and all that fucking shit and everything like it is just music is just fucking spinned off to noise, esoteric noise. Everything is just fucking data at this point, deconstructed. The rap songs are just perfected indoctrination tools with absolutely no merit to it. All it is noise with a specific purpose, with a specific data. It's no longer just a couple people getting instruments and creating a song, which is what most music has always been.
And it's been so, the homogenous niggerization has been so effective that boomers don't even remember like what classic rock or prog rock actually are. Like it was just lost to time, and now they just listen to a 17-year-old rap about smoking weed.
Fucking bitches updating their Instagram.
Like I could just make up a rap, and I would just make it about like browsing Facebook, Twitter.
If you just started rapping on your YouTube channel, you immediately have massive success.
Now, you say that. You remember Eggman from R9K?
Oh, don't tell me.
Yes,
I remember it.
He raps.
Oh, fuck. Eggman raps. Of course he does. Of course Eggman raps.
Because I follow him on Twitter.
Of course Eggman raps.
Like, I follow him on Twitter, and I just thought, it's so fucking... It's stupid.
Staring at the abyss is what Eggman raps. Fucking Filthy Frank raps. Like, at least
Remember
Filthy
when
Frank,
he
it
made
doesn't
fun
hurt
of
that
people
much
who,
because he was never human. Remember when what?
Filthy Frank made fun of shitty rap, and now he's making shitty rap.
That's exactly how it goes. Eggman used to hate the normals and hate everything about their fucking vapid bullshit experience that they have decided was superior. And now what does he do? Last I fucking checked, Eggman had a trap GF. Now he raps.
Slaves.
Slaves to consensus. They don't escape the wheel. Egg.
I wouldn't unironically rap. I would do it ironically. But then again, people tell themselves that they're doing something ironically.
Slippery slide.
Yeah, look at me. I'm an R9K celeb. Isn't it so funny that I'm like rapping? Like I'm self-aware of it though. Isn't it funny and so like absurd that I'm like portraying incel life as like thug, like rapping about the struggles. I'm self-aware of it though.
So self-aware. It's amazing. Interesting.
I need to start cooking food, or else I'll do physical labor with no nourishment.
Get busy. Get
Getting weaved.